Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the online information day on Marie Skłodowska-Curie Action Postdoctoral Fellowships, which is focused on the promotion of 2022 call. My name is Zuzana Šimek. I am Marie Skłodowska-Curie Action and ERC NCP, together with my colleague Petra Fedorová, who is already with us here, and next to me, our dear colleague Lenka Chvojková, Legal and Financial NCP. This Info Day is organized for you by the Technology Center of the Czech Academy of Sciences, together with Charles University, and it is designed not only for Marie Skłodowska-Curie potential applicants, researchers, but also for those who will assist them when preparing their proposals. We have more than 200 registrations, so I hope that others will join us soon. And I would also like to mention that we are going to record this meeting. So the recording will be then available after this info session. Before talking about the program, just give me a second and I will now start recording.
Recording in progress.
And here you can see on the first slide the program of today's session. It is divided into several parts, and in the middle of the Info Day, more or less, we will have also a lunch break. You will be able to ask during the whole Info Day questions, but please, if you want to write your questions, use solely Slido, and you will see in a moment also the QR code. So if you visit slido.com and then insert the code MSCA PF 2022, you will be able to write your questions. So please don't use chat for raising your questions, because in such a big number of participants, this would be difficult to manage. And then, of course, it will be possible during Q&A session, ask directly. For that, you will be, or it will be necessary to unmute your micro, and it will be nice if you turn on your camera. But during our presentations, I would like to ask you to strictly mute your micros and also keep your cameras off. So this is it. In the first part, we will talk about the MSCA Postdoctoral Fellowships call, including financial aspects. We will also present how you will create your proposal and submit your application. We will also discuss your CV and abstract, how you are supposed to prepare your work plan. And after lunch break, we will focus on the evaluation criteria and give you some tips, hints, what you should stress and what you should avoid in your proposals. And also we will present here the support provided by the Technology Center. Before starting the first block, the first part of the Info Day, I would like to ask you some questions. So now I will stop sharing my slide, and I will now start the Slido. So if you can go to the website slido.com, and you will be asked 3 questions. So it's coming, yes, and I think I can now, oops, sorry. So now it should start. So the first question we would like to ask you is who you are. So please select your answer, whether you are a potential applicant who would like to submit his or her proposal to the 2022 call, or whether you are a grant project office staff member who helps applicants with their proposals, or one of the other answers is whether you are a researcher who would like to get basic knowledge about this type of project, and maybe in the future you will consider applying, or none of the previous answers can be correct. So we are now waiting for your replies, and it seems that it's changing quite a lot, but we can see that there is a huge number of those who are potential applicants, which is a very good sign, very good news for us who would like to submit their proposals this year, but also project managers are represented in a huge number. Yeah. Okay, so thank you very much. And of course, we are also happy to welcome here those of you who want to this year get some basic knowledge, and then they will decide whether they will apply or not in the upcoming calls. And now I think we can move to the next question. Have you ever applied to an MSCA call for individual under Horizon 2020 or postdoctoral fellowships? And I can see that there is only a small portion of the participants who have applied, and the majority of you have never applied. Okay. Mm-hmm. And then, even though we are at the very beginning of this info day, we would like to ask you, if you are a researcher, whether you are going to register for the workshop on MSCA postdoctoral fellowships for applicants and their supervisors, which will be organized at the end of May, on 30th and 31st of May. And I can see that there is also an important part of our participants who are interested in this workshop. I will talk about this concept, about the requirements in the afternoon session. So thank you very much for your replies. And I think now it's time to stop sharing. You will now be able to use the Slido for your questions. So you can write your questions using the same code MSCA PF 2022. And I will now start again sharing my presentation. My presentation, together with the presentations of both of my colleagues, will be, of course, sent to you, or the link to our website where they will be uploaded will be sent to you after this session, together with the link of the recording. So, of course, it will take some time, so we will do our best to send you the email with the links by Friday. Okay, so now you should see again the very first slide, and I will now continue the first presentation, which will be given in this morning program, will of course concern the MSCA Postdoctoral Fellowships call, and after this introduction, as you already know, we will talk about the structure of your proposal, about the evaluation criteria and support to applicants, and in between there will be also the presentations given by my colleague Lenka Chvojková and Petra Fedorová. So let's start with a general architecture of the new framework program, Horizon Europe. And I would like to remind you that MSCA postdoctoral fellowships are part of the mobility program called Marie Skłodowska-Curie Actions, the flagship program of the European Commission, which aims at supporting researchers' mobility, which is the keyword, mobility, training, and career development. Talking about this year's call, 2022, I would like to inform you that the call is supposed to be open on the 12th of May, even though on the portal, Funding and Tender Opportunities portal, you can still see the opening date in April, but the opening is postponed due to the revision of the work program. And that's why you can expect that on 12th of May, the call will be available on the FTO portal. And the deadline will be on the 14th of September. And this shouldn't change. The budget allocated to this call is 257 million euros. And here you can see the list of the key sources of information, the webpage of the call. Once the call is open, then also the option to submit or create your proposal and submit your proposal should be also available. So this is the webpage, and then of course some documents, work program, which will be revised and adopted on the 10th of May. That's why the call opening is postponed. But today we are going to work with the documentation from the previous 2021 call. There shouldn't be major changes. The revision of the work program concerns mainly a new instrument to support Ukrainian researchers. Then, of course, guide for applicants you should use when preparing your proposals, and more technical document, technical description. For now available from the 2021 call, but of course, both of them will be updated once the call is opened. And talking about the support provided to MSCA applicants by the Technology Center, it means national support. You might know that on the 29th of March, we organized the National Information Day on Marie Skłodowska-Curie Actions. At the very end of my presentation, you will also see the links to the presentations and recordings if you are interested in that. Then, of course, today's Info Day, and we are also preparing the workshop, which will be held online on 30th and 31st of May. And it will be open not only to future MSCA fellows, but also their supervisors. And if you are interested in sending us your proposals for pre-screening, then please be informed that the deadline for sending your proposals has been fixed to 24th of August, which is 3 weeks before the deadline. And we'll talk about it later on as well. Every year, during the Information Day on MSCA individual or postdoctoral fellowships, we also try to give you some statistics. These slides are related to the call results of MSCA postdoctoral fellowships 2021. So you can see that the Czech Republic got 11 new projects. It means 11 new projects will be carried out at host institutions in the Czech Republic. And then you might know also that there is the second option for those of you who choose their host institution in the Czech Republic or in other so-called widening countries. This slide shows the increasing number of proposals submitted with Czech host institutions in the last 4 years, when this widening fellowships and since Horizon Europe era fellowships have been launched. So these numbers are slightly different from the previous slide because of course, you can apply for ERA fellowships only in case you choose European postdoctoral fellowships. So these figures do not include global fellowships. And I think this slide is more interesting because you can see that not only 11 postdoctoral fellowships have been proposed for funding, but also 13 ERA fellowships with Czech institutions. So altogether, 24 new projects coming to the Czech Republic, which gives the success rate of slightly above 14%. And of course, we are today here to promote the new call 2022 so that more applicants choose their host institution in the Czech Republic. We also support those applicants who currently work in the Czech Republic and intend to go abroad. This is also a very important slide. It is maybe quite small, but you can, of course, after the info day, see the link. And this table shows so-called cutoff scores, which means the minimum score you needed to get in order to be proposed for funding. And even though the threshold is 70%, and we will explain in the afternoon session how it is calculated, you can see that it's not sufficient. The competition is getting more and more, or is getting tougher. So that's why in the majority of the scientific panels, you needed to get more than 92% to be proposed for funding. And this is the list of the Czech host institutions for postdoctoral fellowships and ERA fellowships, and number of projects proposed for funding. And now let's move to the call requirements and the presentation of Marie Skłodowska-Curie Action postdoctoral fellowships. So you should know that there are two types of fellowships. You can prepare your fellowship with a host institution in Europe, which means in an EU member state or associated country. That's why you opt for European postdoctoral fellowships. And this fellowship can last from 1 to 2 years. But if you want to go outside Europe, then you can choose the first host institution in a so-called third country, where you can spend from 1 to 2 years. This is according to MSCA terminology, your outgoing phase, but then you are required to come back to Europe, and your second host institution must be in an EU member state or associated country. And this is called return phase of your fellowship. It means in total, global postdoctoral fellowship, the second type of MSCA postdoctoral fellowships, can last from 2 to 3 years. You should also understand the difference between EU member state, associated country, and third country. EU member state, I think it's clear. And for AC, this abbreviation, you can see the list of associated countries. We are still under negotiations, so we will see which countries will associate the Horizon Europe program in the future. And the rest, it means other countries which are not EU member states or associated countries are so-called third countries. And then if you choose a European postdoctoral fellowship, then you will be also entitled to ask for ERA fellowships in widening countries. What is a typical postdoctoral fellowship? So if you are considering applying, then you should clearly understand that postdoctoral fellowship should be prepared as an individual research project. You will need a supervisor, your mentor, who will guide you through these 1 to 3 year fellowship. So this person should be a perfect match, as well as the host institution where you want to go. Who can apply for postdoctoral fellowships? Since 2021, it's a younger generation of postdocs. And of course, this fellowship can be also used as a career restart grant. It means if you spend certain time outside research, then you could use this fellowship as well as a career restart grant, and this should be clearly explained in your proposal. And this fellowship can also be used as reintegration grant if you want to come back from, for example, the United States or other countries outside Europe and come back to do your research in Europe, then this is also possible. And then for reintegration, there's one important rule. So it can be in case you come back directly from the third country at the call deadline, or you can be in Europe, in EU member state or associated country within the last 12 months before the call deadline. This type of action is focused on developing the cooperation also between sectors, between academia and non-academia, and it is focused on international cooperation. As I mentioned, the key element is mobility. So this fellowship enables you to go to another country, to another host institution where you do not work currently, and also the focus is on interdisciplinary cooperation and interdisciplinary research. I have mentioned that you should very well choose your host institution and your supervisor. We talk about two-way transfer of knowledge, so you should learn something new at your host institution, but at the same time, you should also bring some new knowledge to the host institution. Then you are free to plan your training. Training program is an integral part of this fellowship. So you should plan hands-on training, not only focused on scientific skills. It means you will learn new techniques, etc., but also non-research, non-scientific skills, transferable skills, which will then help you when or during your career path. So you can plan also, for example, training on proposal preparation, gender aspects, open science, etc. You can also plan shorter stays, so-called secondments, outside your host institution, not only in Europe, but also outside Europe it means in third countries. And you are also supposed to disseminate the results of your research, which means through dissemination activities aimed at communicating with your peers, but also communicate your results and also promote research among general public, which is so-called communication activities. Then talking about research areas, you can prepare your proposal in any scientific field within MSCA actions. The European Commission has adopted a bottom-up approach, so there are no pre-defined topics. So you are free to choose what you want to do. And then newly, since 2021, also the areas covered by the Euratom program are eligible. And the only, let's say, restriction is you need to choose one of 8 scientific areas you can see here. So this has to be selected in the administrative part A of your proposal, and we will talk about it later on. So chemistry, social sciences and humanities, economic sciences, information science and engineering, environmental and geosciences, life sciences, mathematics and physics. And then a few words about your host institutions. It is a mono-beneficiary action, so it means the money will be sent by the European Commission to the account of your host institution, which will be the beneficiary of the grant. And the beneficiary can be institution in Europe, in an EU member state or associated country, from academic but also non-academic sector. So you can prepare your proposal also with for example, company. And then if you plan a secondment, or in case of global fellowships, third countries can be also involved. And for their involvement, we talk about associated partners. Then for the areas covered by Euratom, then this is quite specific. So if you are interested in that, then we can of course discuss it later on. And here the definition, the difference between academic and non-academic sector. So academic sector, it includes higher education institutions or research organizations, international European research organizations, and let's say the rest. And a socio-economic actor not included in this first sector is part of non-academic sector. Then we can distinguish between the roles of beneficiary and associated partner. You can see that the main difference is in that beneficiary is the institution who signs the grant agreement and also directly claims costs, which is not possible for the associated partner. And you will need a letter of commitment in case you prepare a global postdoctoral fellowship. So for the outgoing phase, you will need to ask your host institution in the third country to sign the letter of commitment. There's a template which can be used, or if you choose a specific type of secondment outside academia, so-called non-academic placement, then you will be also asked to prepare this letter of commitment, or the institution which will be your host. And it is also recommended to sign the partnership agreement, but this can be, of course, done after the announcement of the results. And through this agreement, your host institution, the beneficiary, will then set up the rules and conditions of the cooperation. And if you choose global fellowship, then it can be And it is also recommended to sign additional employment contract with the host institution in outgoing phase. It means with the host institution located in a third country. And this is important mainly in order to ensure, for example, medical and social care in the third country. Then talking about eligibility requirements or conditions, you can see that the eligible researchers who can apply for postdoctoral fellowships are researchers of any nationality. In case of global fellowships, these have to be nationals of EU member state or associated country or long-term residents. Here we have the definition of long-term residents. So they have to fulfill this condition of continuous residence in Europe of at least 5 consecutive years. And then the periods of absence which are taken into account of this period, they are shorter than 6 consecutive months, but they cannot exceed 10 months. And then the applicants must fulfill the eligibility condition of the definition of postdoctoral researchers. So under Horizon Europe, you have to be in possession of PhD, not necessarily awarded the PhD diploma at the call deadline, but at least successfully defended a doctoral thesis. And then the second very important requirement or restriction is related to your research experience, which is calculated in full-time equivalent, full-time commitment. So you have to have maximum 8 years of research experience. And this is calculated from the date of the award of your first doctoral degree. There are some exceptions, and we will see them in a moment. And key requirement, you have to be in compliance with the mobility rule. It means you cannot choose the country of your host institution where you worked, where you resided or worked or studied. It means carried out your main activity for more than 12 months in the last 3 years before the call deadline. And this rule, the mobility rule, is applied in case of global fellowships only for the outgoing phase, not for the return phase, which means that if you are, for example, a Czech researcher who wants to go to the United States, which is the most popular host institution for global fellowships, so you can go there for 1-2 years, and then you can, in case you fulfill this mobility rule for the United States, and then you can come back to Europe, to the same institution in the Czech Republic for 1 year of a return phase. Then also part-time commitment. You are supposed to prepare your proposal as full-time or with full-time commitment, but for different reasons, for personal, family reasons, but also for professional reasons, you can later on, once your proposal or your project is proposed for funding, within the implementation, you can decide or you can ask to work as part-timer, and then there is this requirement: you have to work at least 50% on your project, and this request, of course, has to be approved by the European Commission, by Research Executive agency. If it is well justified, then it shouldn't be a problem, but this gives you some flexibility. And an important novelty on the horizon. Europe, there are so-called resubmission restrictions, which will be applied as of 2022 call. So if you received less than 70% in 2021, and also this will be applied in the upcoming calls, then it will not be allowed to resubmit the same proposal. It means with the same fellow, the project with the same supervisor and same host institution. And I have mentioned 8-year research experience after PhD as one of the eligibility criteria. And I have also pointed out that there are some exceptions. So this 8-year limit can be extended under certain circumstances. One of them is maternity leave. So you can ask for the extension of 18 months for each child born after the award of your PhD. This can be even longer, this period, and then it can be the exaggeration of your maternity leave or parental leave, to be precise. So this concerns mainly female researchers. For male researchers, you can extend this period because of the paternity leave, again, exaggeration per child born after the award of your PhD. Then, of course, the researchers who had to go on compulsory national service, so this period can be also, or by this period, the eligibility can be extended. And also time spent not working in research, depending also on the time commitment and long-term sick leave. It means the periods of illness longer than 30 consecutive days. This is quite tricky. So that's why the European Commission prepared a self-assessment tool. Here you can find a link. And of course, if you need any assistance, you can contact us as NCPs. Then short stays such as holidays or also the periods spent in the specific country because of the procedure for obtaining refugee status are not taken into account. And now I would like to also explain the difference between the secondments and additional non-academic placements. It means secondments outside academia, which are also a novelty in Horizon Europe. But secondments are something you certainly know also from Horizon 2020. You can plan shorter stays within your fellowship in Europe, but also outside Europe in academic or non-academic sector. You can be trained in this institution. You can do your research as part of your research project. That's completely up to you. But of course, it is not obligatory. But if it does make sense, then you can, of course, include into your project proposal this period of secondments, and the evaluators will then assess whether this secondment is meaningful and will bring added value to your project. The secondment can be one single period. It can be also divided into shorter periods, and you can plan it not only in one organization, but in more organizations in the same country, also as beneficiary, which means in the same country where you are going to do your research within this fellowship. But of course, you can move to another country as well. And the secondments should not last more than 1/3 of the fellowship duration. In case of global fellowships, this is related to the outgoing phase, because you cannot plan your secondment within the return phase in Europe. And for global fellowships, you can also plan at the very beginning of your fellowship before going to the institution of the outgoing phase, to the third country, also a secondment, which shouldn't last more than 3 months. Okay, and for these standard secondments, you do not need to ask the host to prepare to sign the letter of commitment. But of course, you should indicate your intention to go on the secondment in your proposal. In part A, which is the administrative part of your proposal, there is a section called cost-specific questions, where you are supposed to indicate this information. And then, of course, in your part B of the proposal, which means the scientific part, where you explain everything requested or everything needed according to the instructions, then you have to also describe and justify why you plan this secondment and etc. So these secondments are an integral part of your fellowship, of the duration of the project, while if you decide to go on the additional non-academic placement, then this can last up to 6 months, and it will not be calculated within the standard duration of your fellowship, but in fact, the duration of your project will be extended by up to 6 months. And the objective of this specific secondment is clear: to promote cooperation between academia and non-academic sector, also to help you find your employment after the fellowship, also within non-academic sector, and in order to also stimulate the knowledge transfer between academia and non-academic sector. And if you choose your beneficiary or your host institution in non-academic sector, then this additional non-academic placement should not be planned in the same institution, for obvious reasons. Again, it should be clearly explained in your proposal, the added value for your project and for your career development. And in this case, if you plan non-academic placement, you will be asked to upload also a letter of commitment from the institution which will host you during the placement. And again, you are not required to encode or indicate non-academic placement in part A of your proposal, but of course it has to be clearly explained, justified in part B, where you explain excellence, impact, and also implementation requirements. So that's it. And I will now say a few words about 2 other options, 2 other chances, which you should also take into account when preparing your proposal. So if you choose a host institution in so-called widening countries, and here in the table, you can see the list of widening countries. You can see that Czech Republic is also one of widening countries. Then you can, when applying for postdoctoral fellowships, at the same time also express your interest in this type of fellowships. For 2022 call, the allocation is 8 million euros, and you do not need to prepare a separate application. the evaluation will be taken from the evaluation of your proposal submitted to MSCA Postdoctoral Fellowships call. The only thing which is very important to do in the call-specific question section, you have to really indicate your willingness to participate in this call. I will show you later on where exactly. These ERA fellowships are open only to those researchers who apply for European fellowships, not global fellowships. And the threshold is similar or the same for postdoctoral fellowships. You need to be scored at least 70%. But of course, you have seen that the competition is quite tough. So you will definitely not, or 70% will definitely not be sufficient. Okay, and then the second, it means third option is the National Funding Scheme, International Mobility of Researchers, Fellowships MSCA call, which is now under preparation. It will be funded through the operational program John Amos Comenius and provided by the Ministry of Education, Youth and Sport. Again, the evaluation will be taken from the evaluation under MSCA Postdoctoral Fellowship call. Here, if you receive at least 70%, you are eligible to apply, and let's say this call is not as competitive as, for example, ERA fellowships. And the ministry will support not only those who want to come to Czechia, to the Czech Republic, but also the researchers who currently work in the Czech Republic and want to go abroad for their fellowship, and newly under Horizon Europe, also those who opt for global fellowships with a return phase in Czechia. And as in 2021, there was no call open, then this first call under the new program period will be also open for those who applied in Horizon 2020 in the last call. And the call is supposed to be opened in July, at the end of July, beginning of August. And that's it for this first part of the info day. And if you have any questions, please don't hesitate to use our Slido application, and just as we check, or we try to use the Slido in the polls, then you need to insert the code MSCAPF 2022. And we will then take your questions. But now I am going to stop sharing my presentation. And before taking your questions related to my presentation, I would like to welcome here again my colleague Lenka Chvojková, Legal and Financial NCB. She was so kind to join us today to give you an overview of the financial aspects of MSCA Postdoctoral Fellowships. We can now very well see the slides prepared by Lenka. And so once again, thank you very much. And the floor is yours.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Now let me say you briefly some basic information about the financial aspects of Marie Curie Skłodowska Action Postdoctoral Fellowships. In the part of the preparation of your proposal, also budget has to be created, but be aware that it's the easiest part of your proposal preparation. Commission provides to the researchers 100% funding, and the Form A, the budget, which is the part of the administrative Form A, is calculated automatically based on the duration of your fellowship. Commission provides so-called simplified model for financing, which is based on unit contributions, and the duration of the fellowship, exactly the person months, is unit. Commission provides ex ante fixed amounts for each person month, for each unit, which means that practically you will have to just insert the number of person months, the duration of your fellowship, and the budget table will be calculated automatically based on these fixed predefined amounts. These amounts that we will talk about later consist of contributions for the recruited researcher and contributions for the institution. These are living allowance, mobility allowance, family allowance, in certain specific cases, long-term leave allowance and special need allowance, and the contributions for the institution, research, training and networking contributions, and management and indirect contributions. Here you can see the fixed amounts. Now let's go and talk about these certain categories, what they are used for. We will start with the contribution for the recruited researcher. These contributions has to be fully paid to the researcher, or let's say for the benefit of the researcher. First of them is living allowance. Living allowance is paid as a part of the researcher's salary. However, bear in mind that this amount that you could see on the previous slide is so-called gross amount. In the Czech terminology, we can use the word super gross figure, which reflects all taxes and also social security contributions, contributions to social and health contributions, which results in a significantly lower net amount that the researcher will receive on her or his bank account. So be aware of that. Of course, in different countries of the host institutions, there are different costs of the living, and it should be reflected. Therefore, this fixed amount that you could see on the previous slide are multiplied by the so-called country correction coefficient. They are identified for different countries in the work program. It works the way that Belgium is the benchmark, it's 100%. And then according to the cost of the living in different countries, the percentage is higher or lower. When we look at the Czech Republic, the country correction coefficient is at the level of 79.51%. When global fellowship is relevant for you, of course, there you'll spend time in 2 different countries. So 2 different country correction coefficients are relevant. The first one for the outgoing phase and the country of the associated partner, and the second one for the return phase, that is the country of the beneficiary. Next allowance is mobility allowance. The reason why this mobility allowance exists is that we are talking about mobility schemes, which means that the researcher has to travel to different country. So these should cover personal costs for traveling and accommodation, etc. This is for personal purposes. All traveling, like business trips, conference fees, etc., that relate to the research and to the working conditions as such, should be covered not from this amount, but from the amount that is devoted to the institution. Mobility allowance, really often, at least in the Czech Republic, is part of the salary as well. However, you have to check with your host institution, because there are also possibilities to pay out this allowance against the documents. What is the huge difference is the taxation. In case the mobility allowance is part of the salary, of course, all the deduction and taxations are part of it, and the net amount will be lower. We really often saw these issues that researchers are disappointed, but discuss with your host institution whether the mobility allowance will be part of the salary or not. Next part is family allowance. Family allowance is paid out just to the researchers with a family status, which is under the program marriage or equivalent status recognized by national law or dependent child. Once you receive the status, you will receive the family allowance for the whole duration of the project. And also there is a novelty in Horizon Europe. In case you get the status, the status of the family during the implementation of the project, you additionally can ask for this allowance, and you will receive top-up extra this allowance even in the course of the project later on during the implementation. And now we have two novelties for Horizon Europe, which are long-term leave allowance and special need allowance. The first, long-term leave allowance, it's in case the researcher has some leave longer than 30 consecutive days, and there are any costs of the beneficiary that the beneficiary has to pay, like maternity, paternity, special sick leave, parental, etc. In Horizon Europe, beneficiaries can ask Commission and the grant provider to cover these costs from the Marie Curie Skłodowska Action Grant. In case it happens, it's again something additional, and it's during the course of the implementation of the action. It's not something that obviously can be planned when you are preparing right now the project proposal. And special need allowance is a situation of researchers with any disabilities, physical, mental, or any other recognized disabilities. And these researchers can, again, in the course of the project implementation, ask for any additional allowances which reflect the costs that are necessary to be incurred. These are some transport costs, special equipment, or some assistance persons, etc. These were the costs that were for the recruited researchers. Now we are coming to the second part, because also institution has some cost and Commission provides some contributions to cover these costs. These costs obviously logically depend on the eligibility of researchers. Unit cost, it means the person months spent by the researcher at the fellowship, and they are costs or contributions for research, training, and networking. These are aimed at the development of the researcher and research expenses. These are conference fees, library fees, any cost of business trips, visa related fees, costs related to secondments, consumable costs, etc. In case these contributions are not fully used for this research, training, and networking, based on the agreement with the researcher, they can be also used to benefit of the researcher, which means to top up the salary of the researcher. But first, it should cover the research expenses and career development of the researcher. And last but not least, there are costs of management and indirect costs, which are costs of the institution, and institution needs to pay these costs as well, and Commission provides contributions to cover these costs. And again, there is the same rule as for the research, training, and networking. Unused amounts from the management in indirect cost can be used for the benefit of the researcher. Talking about global fellowships, there are two institutions, and these management and indirect costs can be shared in between them, and it depends only on the decision in between these two organizations how to distribute these costs. just to summary, we see that there are some contributions for recruited researchers, and they have to be fully spent for the researcher. And there are institutional costs and units contributions for the institution, which in case of unspent can be used for the purposes for the researcher. In case you have any specific questions for financial or legal aspects, don't hesitate to use this email address. Don't hesitate to visit our web pages and also contact us. In the Technology Center, there are 4 financial and legal NCPs, me, Lenka Chvojková, but also 2 other financial NCPs, Aneta Kašlíková and Milena Lojková, and our legal colleague, Michal Hlavačka. So you're welcome to have any questions, and we are ready to answer them. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Lenka, for your great presentation. And I can see that we have quite a lot of questions. So I will now share with our participants the Slido. So give me just a second. Okay. Now it should appear. I think you cannot see it still. It's full screen, but yeah, so it's coming. So maybe we can go through these questions, and if there's any question related to your presentation, then I would like to give you the floor. And of course, I would be happy if you want to add anything to my answers to give you the floor as well. So the first question, if I understood right, do I have to have finished a PhD before the deadline of Marie Curie application? Cannot I apply as PhD student who will defend PhD later? You need to have at least defended PhD thesis, not necessarily awarded your PhD diploma, but this is a new requirement from Horizon Europe. So you cannot be a PhD student, or 4 years in research is not sufficient anymore, as it used to be the case under Horizon 2020. So both options, defended PhD thesis or awarded PhD are the requirements. So I hope now it's clear. How can I apply for fellowship in the United Kingdom? Because the UK is still not associated country. Can I apply for global fellowship in the UK with return phase in the Czech Republic? Shall I answer, or do you can start? Mm-hmm. Okay, so at this stage, there are still the negotiations under progress with the United Kingdom, but we assume that the United Kingdom will become an associated country. So for that reason, you can apply, or you should apply if you choose an institution in the United Kingdom for European postdoctoral fellowship. But of course, if there are any unexpected developments in the negotiations, and finally the United Kingdom will not become an associated country, then this should be, or this must be taken into account. And in this case, you would be asked to choose another host institution in another country. But for now, you can plan your proposal with the United Kingdom as European fellowship. And maybe we can also add that the United Kingdom has a specific funding system so that if the country becomes a third country, your fellowship could be funded via national money, but this is not, I would say, the case, or you can really count on this. So the United Kingdom will most probably become an associated country. Okay, so now we have another question. Is there any chance of the EC reintroducing the guide for applicants in the form it used to have in Horizon 2020? It was very useful. Thank you very much, Nida, for this question. And we will see, because we as NCPs informed the European Commission that the guide for applicants, as we knew it under Horizon 2020, was very useful, and we would welcome to have a similar guide at our disposal. But I cannot confirm that it will be the same format. It means tens of pages, but you can use not only the guide for applicants. Very useful information can be found also in the technical document and also in the frequently asked questions on the portal, on the Funding and Tender Opportunities portal. It is the section in the bottom part of the web page of the call, where different or various tricky questions have been collected, and you can use it also as a source of information. And hopefully, with the new call 2022, a similar format of the guide for applicants will be reintroduced. So the European Commission is aware of this importance of this type of guide, very comprehensive, but we will see whether the guide will be again in the same format. Okay. How can we demonstrate that we spend time not working on research? What if we are simply unemployed looking for research positions? So first important question, you do not need to add any, the first important point, sorry. You don't need to add any document to your proposal, but the host institution you are applying with should check that you fulfill these eligibility requirements. But this is quite important to know. And then for calculating the time spent outside research, this should be indicated in your proposal, and for that you can also use the self-assessment tool I've mentioned, and I can, after this Q&A session, also share with you the table to show you what I'm talking about. So you should calculate it for your own, but you do not need to prove, for example, upload any document proving that you have these career breaks, etc. So this is your responsibility, but also a contractual obligation of the beneficiary, the host institution, to check that it is in compliance with the rules. I would like to ask if any extra application procedure is needed if the MSCA PF doesn't get funding and I would like to apply for the OP JAK from the Czech side. So you have to wait for the call opening, because as I explained, even though this, sorry, I forgot to, yeah. So I now missed the question because I I didn't indicate it, but I think I can still answer here. So you will have to apply. It means this will be more administrative type of application once the call is opened, which is now planned for the end of July, beginning of August. And in case you are interested in this OPIAC call, I recommend to contact the project office at your host to ask for help, because it's necessary to fill in some forms, but you don't need to prepare a new scientific proposal. So this is important, but of course, the results will not be transferred to the ministry. You have to proactively, or you have to submit your proposal. Is it possible to have a working contract in the Czech Republic during the time of MSCA postdoctoral fellowship in the form of DPP or DP? See if I can say it like that. So maybe can I ask Lenka?
Yeah. If I understood it correctly, it's the case of European fellowship when you are coming as a fellow to the Czech Republic, and the beneficiary is the Czech institution. So your host institution is the institution in the Czech Republic. The institution during the fellowship has to have an employment contract with the fellow. It's compulsory condition unless any, let's say, national legislation says it's impossible. In that case, any other contracts, depending on the legislation, could be used. In the Czech Republic, there is no legal barrier, so all the fellows will have employment contract with the host institution. So the form of DPP or DPČ is not possible for the case of Marie Curie Skłodowska Action Fellowship. In case it was meant differently, so contact us separately or just write follow-up question.
Thank you. And it seems that we have other questions related to your presentation. So the first one regarding the maternity leave, the prolongation is counted according to actual number of days out of work, or there is a predefined number of days for each child?
There is no predefined number for each child. If I understood correctly, there's a question in case there is implementation of the project and you have to go to maternity or parental leave. In that case, there will be extension of the project depending on the time spent on the maternity leave. Again, in certain cases, explicit cases, you can contact us and we can discuss the details.
And maybe it is related to the eligibility before the call deadlines. So sorry for that. In that case, as I explained, each researcher can ask for the extension of 11 months per child. But if you spend more time on your maternity leave, then you can count this exact number of days. But as I explained, it is very similar to the periods spent outside research. You don't need to prove it by uploading any specific document as part of your proposal, but you should calculate it correctly together with the future host, so that you really fulfill the eligibility criteria or the eligibility requirements. So I hope we answered. Also from the implementation side, and we can take also the question regarding the family allowance. The family allowance is fixed value independent of number of dependent children.
Yes.
Yes, and I think we had other questions related to family allowance, but maybe we will see it in a moment. Okay, so how do I apply for the OP-JAC MSCA PF Fellowship? Is the application joined to MSCA Global Fellowship, or is it a separate application? I have answered a similar question, but I can maybe explain it once again or summarize it. So you have to apply for a separate call, because this call is launched by the Ministry of Education, Youth and Sports by the Czech Republic. But the call is complementary with MSCA Postdoctoral Fellowships call, which means that the evaluation score will be taken into account from MSCA PF call, but you have to complete certain forms, more or less administrative stuff, and with this you can ask for help your project office. Okay, and also you are asking, or you are mentioning global fellowship. So this is possible if you prepared your postdoctoral fellowship with a Czech host institution as the institution of your return phase. Okay. So I think again, during the ongoing phase, for example, in Canada, where I will be paid from Canadian institution, can I have also part-time contract or dohoda contracts, DPP, DPC with Czech institution?
The usual practice is that the Czech institution, it's the beneficiary, it's the institution for the return phase. You still have employment contract, even though when you are, let's say, in the Canada, and for the period of being in the outgoing phase, you have unpaid leave, let's say. And the second thing is that you have to devote to the Marie Curie Skłodowska Action Fellowship, even in the ongoing phase, full-time. So you have to be full-time in Canada. Of course, there are possibilities have these agreements in the Czech institutions. However, in case you decide to have these agreements, you should not threat or the outgoing phase of the Marie Curie Skłodowska Action should not be in danger. It has to be full-time. You will be placed in Canada. So it's really a tricky question to answer, because it's a question, what kind of agreement, what is the condition of the agreement, what is the duration of the agreement. Of course, if you would like to do some proofreading of any thesis, etc., and you will have agreement on that, it's okay. In case you would like to have an agreement for 20 hours a week to do a national research, that's also a question whether it's compatible with the Marie Curie Skłodowska Action Grant or not. So contact us with your special case and we can discuss the details. So theoretically, ideally, it's not a good ideal situation, but in practice, there could be some cases where it could work out.
Thank you very much. I think this is very similar question. I would like to work remotely during a possible stay abroad at MSCA, at the same time remotely working sometime in the Czech Republic for a private company.
Again, be aware that you have to work full-time on the Marie Curie Skłodowska Action. So that's the important point. In case there is some time for you to work in your free time on other activities and your project will not be in danger because of that, there are possibilities to do that, yes.
Thank you. Regarding the Global Postdoctoral Fellowship Supervisor, which institution can the supervisor be from? We haven't discussed in detail this issue so far, but if you opt for global postdoctoral fellowship, then you have to describe in your project everything from point of view of your host institution in a third country, but also in Europe. So it will be even more challenging because you will have only 10 pages to describe everything at your two host institutions. And for that reason, you will also have to have two supervisors. So one supervisor for the outgoing phase at the first institution where you are going to do your research. So for example, in the United States, one supervisor in the United States, and then of course also one supervisor in Europe at your host institution where you are going to return or go within the return phase. And you have to also very well clearly explain the added value of collaborating not only with the institution in a third country, but also in Europe. So explain why are these two institutions complementary. From the university hosting the outgoing phase or from the university hosting the returning phase? Okay, or from my home university. So I think I explained it, or this is related to the previous question. So we will, for global fellowship, you will need two supervisors. Is it possible to have more than one supervisor? We usually advise you to have only one main supervisor, but of course, if you go to a host institution, you would like to a new host institution, you would like to be integrated into the research team of your supervisor, and you most probably will not collaborate only with one person, with your supervisor. So of course, for that reason, you can explain in your proposal that there will be other colleagues who will be, for example, your mentors, or if there is another person, key person for your research, then you could also have a kind of a co-supervisor. But in general, we propose or we recommend to have one, let's say, main supervisor, and then if you want, then of course you can describe that you will collaborate with other team members, for example. Okay. Is it necessary to specify the institution for returning phase within the application, or can I select the returning institution during the outgoing phase? You have to write your proposal where you describe both institutions, not only for outgoing phase, but also for return phase. So at the submission deadline, you have to clearly state what is the host institution of your global fellowship for the returning phase. So you cannot select it afterwards. Okay. Regarding the long-term residency requirements, does it have to be 5 years in one country, or can it be 5 years in multiple EU countries added up? So please check the definition, but it should be not necessarily related to one country. So it can be the long-term residency in an EU member state or associated country. So of course, if you are a little bit confused, or you are not sure whether your researcher, or if you are a researcher, whether you fulfill this condition, don't hesitate to contact us. If a researcher left academia after finishing PhD and now after 8 years would like to return, can they apply maximum length of break in the scientific career? So it depends If you fulfill this requirement, it means the researcher, the fellow, has been awarded a PhD and can prove a maximum of 8 years of career in research. Then this should be fine. If during this period before applying to MSCA postdoctoral fellowship, this person was employed in a completely different sphere or was not related to research activities, then you have to clearly explain in the proposal why this person or why you, researcher, want to reintegrate or restart your career in research. If you are married after the deadline of the proposal submission, are you still entitled to have family allowance?
Yes, it's a novelty in Horizon Europe. In the past, it was important that what was your status at the submission of the proposal. Now in Horizon Europe, in the call that we are now talking about, even if you get the status of the family later on, even during the implementation of the action, you can ask from that day on for the family allowance, and your grant will be top-upped. The existing grant agreement will be amended and you will get this extra money even later on. Yes.
Thank you. Is there any maximum limit for the consultants outside of the Czech Republic? I would like to more engage and reward researchers from Southeast Asia. So if I understand it correctly, it means these would be the team members or researchers involved somehow in your research project. It is completely fine if you include there not only your supervisor and the team at host institution, but also explain that thanks to this fellowship, you will be in close collaboration with other colleagues in different countries from different continents. So you can or you are supposed to also describe this aspect, how the collaboration with the host institution will open you the horizons of potential collaboration with other researchers from different countries. So I hope I understood the question and answered. Can one supervisor have more postdoctoral fellowships in MSCA PF? One supervisor can be involved in more projects at submission or also at implementation phase. That's it. So it's not restricted. The only restriction is that one applicant, one future fellow should submit only one proposal per call. What are the criteria for the supervisors? There are no predefined criteria for the supervisors. We will see after the lunch break the criteria, all three main criteria for assessment of your proposals. So we can discuss it later on, but in general, you have to prove that this supervisor has appropriate skills, also, for example, teaching or mentoring capacities and experience to be the right person for you to supervise your project or your research. And then there is no predefined criterion in terms of, for example, seniority of the supervisor, etc. But you have to clearly describe his or her main achievements, skills which will be at your disposal, etc. Does the supervisor need to work in the host institution, yes, he or she does, but it's not defined, or it depends, of course. He can be or she can be employed there as full-timer, but also as part-timer. So this is not, it is not, how to say it, said in the requirements, but of course, it should be clearly described in your proposal that you need this person, but also the host institution for the research you are planning to do. Hello, is it possible to apply for additional fellowships in parallel? For example, Humboldt, are there any restriction or rules? Thank you. I'm not sure what you mean for additional fellowships. So maybe if you can specify your question.
Maybe I would add to this. Of course, you can apply for other fellowships, but if you get both of them, then it's important that you are not double funded. Yeah, so you had to decide which one you would choose.
I see. Thank you very much. Now I can understand the question. Yes, so there are no restrictions as for some national providers. So yeah. So thank you, Petra. And how are calculated years after PhD in research if I worked also in business for a few years, not only in research? Again, I will show you after taking all these questions, the assessment tool, and it is calculated proportionally. So depending on your time commitment, then it is calculated, and you can check it in the instrument at your disposal. Please clarify if I finish my dissertation in Ukraine and now I'm on a scholarship at PU, then I will be able to enter only a year later in this university. So you finished your dissertation, so it means that you will need, firstly, to, if you want to apply to 2022 call, then you have to at least defend your thesis. And then, so if you manage to do it, to defend your thesis by 14th of September, which is the call deadline, then you are eligible to apply. And also freshly new PhD awardees can apply without any years of research experience after PhD. So that's it. I hope I also answered this question. And if you do not manage to defend your thesis by the 14th of September, then you can submit your proposal next year, and you can expect very similar call opening and call deadlines for the next years. And every year there should be one call open for postdoctoral fellowships.
But if I may add to this, maybe if you don't manage this year, then the next year you have to still to comply with the mobility rule. So that means you cannot stay in the Czech Republic longer than 1 year in the last 3 years before you apply for the call. So this is just one thing you have to check later on.
Thank you, Petra. How is the budget of the national fund like OP, JAK, MSCA, and John Amos Comenius? I don't remember the budget, the exact allocation, but if you are interested, then you can maybe send me an email and I can forward this information from the ministry. But in general, all the researchers who have ever applied for this national funding scheme complementary with postdoctoral fellowships have been, if I'm not mistaken, granted. So you have really high chance to get the grant from this funding. But you need to firstly apply for MSCA postdoctoral fellowship and get at least 70% the score. For the global fellowship, does it mean you register the EU beneficiary in the application portal? And for the third country host, just a letter of commitment? We will see with in the second session after a short break, because I prepared some print screens from the portal, how it looks like, but you have to insert this institution in the third country as associated partner in your proposal, and you will need a letter of commitment. Does the country coefficient 79.1% for the Czech Republic also apply to the 1,000 euros for research? We have again question for Lenka, or I can answer. This country correction coefficient is applied only for the living allowance.
It's for the living allowance.
So it is. The question is related to, I suppose, research training networking costs.
Okay. So yeah, it's just really Thank you. It's just really for the living allowance, for this only one allowance.
Thank you. Is a host institution for a secondment or non-academic placement of a fellow allowed to claim costs relating to hosting a fellow? So I don't know whether you want to answer, or shall I?
It's the institution of the host institution that bears the cost of the secondment or the placement. The salary of the researcher is normally paid out by the host institution, and any cost of the travel are part of the institutional cost, research training and networking.
And remember also one of the slides where we explained the difference between beneficiary and also associated partners, which means those institutions where you can go for secondment or non-academic placement. They're different roles. Okay. Again, how much is the expected tax rate on fellowship?
This is a very complex question because the legislation and institutional practice are not so easy. There is the difference between the amounts that are part of the fixed amounts in your budget in the Mercury Skłodowska action. It's, let's say, so-called supergross amount, which is the cost of the institution. Then in your employment contract, you have their amount of gross salary, and you will receive on your bank account the net salary. There are cost of the social security, of health and unemployment, which are partially part of the gross salary and partially covered by the institution. So it's divided, it's covered both by the employer and by the employee, and also taxation. You could expect the difference in between the supergross amount salary in your budget and the net amount more than 40%, but it really can depend on certain situations. So maybe you can ask your host institution, the economy department, and they'll give you the precise amounts.
Can you explain the taxes in Czech for us? I think
that was
it was already answered. Thank you, Lenka. Do the family and mobility allowance pay for each person in the family?
The fact is that all these allowances are based on the personal of the researcher, of the fellow. So in case each fellow will have the mobility contribution, it's for each fellow, and it's just one mobility allowance for one fellow. It doesn't matter what is his or her family, how many members, etc. And concerning the family allowance, again, once you have the status of the family, which means that it's marriage, equivalent status, or dependent child, doesn't matter how many children, the researcher can get this fixed amount of the family contribution. It's again one contribution for one researcher. Doesn't matter how many members of the family, etc. Doesn't matter how often the researcher will travel to see the members of the family, how many people are living in the apartment, etc. It's just related to the researcher, to one fellow, one contribution.
Thank you very much. I think we should now stop this Q&A session, but maybe we can take the last question. If anyone has already been awarded ERA fellowships, is he/she eligible for ERA fellowship again if scored more than 70%? If you mean in the previous call, it is possible. And the same can be said also for MSCA fellows. If you have been already awarded an MSCA fellowship or under Horizon 2020 individual fellowship, and you apply again with a new supervisor, it of course can, or it has to be in compliance with the rules of MSCA postdoctoral fellowships, but you can get more than one postdoctoral fellowships in your career, and the same for ERA fellowships. But of course, one fellowship has to be ended up so that you can start a new one. Okay, so I think we have now 4 questions, but maybe in order not to be too late, we can keep these questions for the second Q&A session. And now it's time to have a short break. So we will have a 15-minute break, and we will then restart or continue our session at 11:05. And we will talk about the structure of your proposal, and then we will take again your questions, so you can send them to us also during the break, and we will have the second Q&A session to hopefully answer all your questions. So with this, I would like to really thank Lenka for her great presentation, for answering all the questions. We have received quite a lot of questions, and of course, if you have more specific questions, then you can contact directly Lenka. You have her contact details in the presentation you will receive after the info day. So many thanks, and
thank you for being here.
See you all in 15 minutes. Welcome back. So I hope you enjoyed this short break after the first very, let's say, intensive session within our information day on Marie Skłodowska-Curie postdoctoral fellowships. For those of you who have just joined us in the first part of our program, we try to present here the call requirements and also financial aspects of Marie Skłodowska-Curie Action postdoctoral fellowships. And in this second part of the info day, we are going to present here the structure of your proposal, how you will create, submit your proposal, and also important parts of the proposal, CV, abstract, and work plan. So I'm now already sharing with you my slides, and I will talk about the creation and submission of your proposal. For this, you will use the Funding and Tender Opportunities portal, where you will find all necessary information. This is the portal which is used by the applicants to different EU programs. And on this portal, you will find the information on the call, supporting documents, manuals, also the section devoted to partner search if you want to find a partner into your project, or if you want to also advertise this expression of interest. There's also a section called dashboard, where you can find some interesting data. And what I would like to stress here is also the specific part of the portal called experts, where you can register to get experience as evaluator, which can be very beneficial for you as potential future applicants. So that's it. And also under support section, you will find the list of NCPs in all countries involved in Horizon Europe program. And now on the next page, you can see the print screen of the webpage devoted to MSCA Postdoctoral Fellowships 2022. You will, of course, find in my presentation the direct link to this webpage. At this moment, you know that it's not possible to submit your proposal or create your proposal, but it should be available once the call is opened, which will be on the 12th of May. Here on the webpage, you can still see the opening date in April, but it will be updated hopefully soon. I would like to mention here that for creating your proposal, you will need to have EU login. So if you don't have it, then you just need to register. It is at the top part of the screen. You can see the button register. If you have an EU login, then you just need to log into the system. In the section how to participate, which you can see here, you will also find useful reference documents, including work programs, but also grant agreements, templates, etc. But for your specific need related to the call on postdoctoral fellowships, you just need to select this specific call, and the webpage will contain the description of the call, conditions and documents, specifically for MSCA Postdoctoral Fellowships, partner search section, submission, also frequently asked questions, what I have mentioned before, because as one of our participants pointed out, the guide for applicants is under Horizon Europe quite brief, but in this section, frequently asked questions, you will find useful tips and answers to the questions which you would like to raise. And also a section get support, call updates. Once the call is closed, then the European Commission will announce, for example, preliminary data regarding the number of submitted proposals, etc. Then let's talk about the proposal structure. I have already mentioned some information, but to give you a clear idea how the proposal project is structured, there are two main parts. You will have to complete part A, which is administrative forms, and it will be completed electronically, directly in the portal, FTO. And in this part, you will have to add the information on your organization, on your host institution, on the MSCA fellow, on yourself, and also include the abstract, which is a short summary of your proposal, maximum 2,000 characters. There will be also other parts such as budget table, ethics issue table, course-specific questions, etc. We will see some print screens related to this part A. So this is the administrative part of your proposal, and then part B, which is the scientific part of your proposal, is then divided into two parts, part B1 and B2. And these two documents will be prepared in Word, but then you have to convert it into PDF and upload as two separate documents in PDF format. Part B1 is, let's say, the core of your scientific proposal, where you have to describe your proposal based on three main criteria: excellence, impact, and implementation. But you are limited to 10 pages. So you have to answer all the questions, and we will see the instructions after lunch break in 10 pages. There is no section page limit, which means that it is not said how many pages you should use for the description of excellence, how many for the impact and implementation. But it is true that in general, the excellence part is the longest one. Usually, I would say approximately 6 pages, and then the 4 remaining pages are divided into these two criteria. And what is important to keep in mind, any excess pages will be automatically disregarded, so the evaluators will not read them. So keep this in mind. And then the second part of B2, there is no overall page limit, and it is consisting of your CV. Here we have indicative lengths of 5 pages, so I would recommend to keep this 5-page limit. Then there is a table devoted to the participating organizations, section capacities of participating organizations. So you have 1 page for the description of your future beneficiary, your main host institution, and then a half page for other associated partners, for secondments, for global fellowship, etc. Then also you can add a specific or additional page regarding the ethical aspects, but I will show you that in the administrative part you should find enough space to describe the ethics in your proposal. But in case you need to develop this aspect, then you can also use part B2 and letter of commitment. And that's it. Important note. You have the same page limit for European postdoctoral fellowships as well as for global fellowships. For global fellowships, it will be really hard work because you have much more to describe, but you have to keep this 10-page limit. So that's it in general. And now we will go through the submission or creation and submission process. I would like to remind you again of the supporting documents at your disposal. At this moment, I can show you only the print screens or the links which are the direct links to the documentation from the previous 2021 call, but these documents will be definitely updated soon. The work program for 2021-22, again, on 10th of May, it will be adopted, or the revised version will be adopted, but you can, without any problems, use this version available on the portal. Then a guide for applicants, again for 2021, but it will be updated, and technical description, where you will find also instructions how to write your excellence, impact, and implementation, which means part B1. And some guidelines regarding the formal requirements. First of all, please use the template. You will be able to download it in Word once the call is open and you create your project, or you can already now use the version in PDF from 2021 to see what type of information you are requested to write there. There is also the template in terms of, for example, subheadings or page limit. It's clear, I've mentioned it. Also for the proposal acronym, there's a kind of practice. You will find it in the template where to write the acronym. In the header, fellowship type, also page numbers in the format in the footer. Regarding the format, there are also some requirements. You should use single line spacing, page margins, minimum 1.5 centimeters. Very important. Talking about the font size, the minimum is 11 points, and the European Commission recommends Times New Roman. For Gantt chart, tables, and other boxes, figures, the minimum is 8. But this has to be really taken into consideration when preparing your proposal, in order not to access a 10-page limit, but also be aware that you shouldn't write any key information in tables. So try to really try to think how the evaluator will feel when he or she will find a very small font size in the proposal, whether it will be readable, clearly readable, etc. So these are the requirements. Also for footnote, for literature references, the minimum is 8, and references are counted towards page limit. It is advisable to use not only plain text, but also charts, diagrams, tables, text boxes, figures, anything which can help the evaluators better understand your research idea. Also, if you use different colors, you should keep in mind that some evaluators will, for example, print out your proposal in black and white. So whether this will somehow impact the reading, and also try to highlight where appropriate your text using text in bold, underlined parts, or in italics. But again, this shouldn't be overdone. And for the language, you should not use long sentences. You should be clear, simple, explain any abbreviations if you use them, especially in your research. Try to avoid repetitions. You can easily refer to other parts of your proposal. Again, keep in mind 10-page limit. Also be consistent with the language, for example, with English. Variation terms, so use strictly first or third person during the whole or in the whole text, and don't copy from other documents or websites, etc. Now we will go through this creation phase. Once the call is opened, you will find in the section Start Submission 2 options. You will choose between European and Global Fellowships. Once you select one of them, then this Start Submission button will be activated. And if you click on it, then you will see the following print screen. So you will be asked to confirm your choice. Yeah, I have here under section Partner Search, I've mentioned you can find not only the offers from others, from host institutions, for example, but you as well can also advertise, or you can also here publish your advertisement. If you are, for example, searching for a host or depending who you are. And another option how you can find partners is also your Access website, where you can publish your advertisements. Then once you are registered, you are logged into the portal. You can see, or you will see a similar picture as I'm now sharing with you. You will have to insert the PIC, participant identification code of your host institution. And if you insert it there, then quite an important portion of information will be automatically filled in. So you will not have to write all this information or complete the information by yourself. And you will have to select your role as supervisor, researcher, or contact person. And I've mentioned once you create your proposal in this section, download Part B templates, it will be available or it will be possible to download in Word document the template, which is now available in PDF, so you can check it and work on the proposal. But then once you create the project proposal, it is definitely better to use the Word version and write your proposal directly into the template. You will have to also complete the information regarding your proposal in terms of the acronym. So you have to think about the best acronym. The title of your proposal will be then written later on in the application, but at this stage only the acronym. Also short summary. The abstract of your proposal, you have a page limit of 2,000 characters, and you have to select a scientific panel, as we have already seen in the morning session. And if you need any help, of course, you can use also the help desk support provided by the European Commission. I would recommend, for example, the online manual, frequently asked questions. If you have more IT questions, then there is also the support. Then you will, once you confirm your proposal and complete these first points in the application, you will receive this kind of warning. The legal representative of the institution will be informed by email, notified that you have created the proposal. Here you will have to accept terms and conditions for the submission. Again, continue with this proposal, and you can start working on your project. You will see the A part or part A of your proposal, the administrative part here. So you will complete it directly in the portal. You can also see the history. You can print the PDF version of your administrative form. And then there's this section part B and annexes. You will have to upload separately to PDF documents. What is good news is that by the deadline, which is 14th of September, you can rewrite your B1 or B2. So it's always better. Firstly, you should really, as soon as possible, fill in the part A, the administrative part, and then at least 2 days before the call deadline, upload part B1, B2. But if you decide to rewrite it, or you realize that you forgot to mention something important in both, it can be B1 or B2, you can upload a new version which will rewrite the previous one by the call deadline. Okay, here you will also see in the portal the option to add associated partner. As we mentioned in the morning session, again, you will have to complete the information about other institutions involved in your proposal. Here you can see the administrative part of your project proposal, and you will be requested to complete all these subparts. This application form is automatically saved, but it's always better to save it by yourself. And you don't need to complete these sections immediately. One by one, you can come back to a different section. So it really depends. If you save it, then it will be saved for future work. Here, the print screen from the application forms general information where you will have to write, as I mentioned, the proposal title. The acronym should be already automatically transferred to this part because you have completed, or you have written down the acronym at first stage. Then you have to select the scientific area. You have to also select up to 5 descriptors. So this is also important. And abstract of your proposal. Once you insert the PIC code, then you will see in the organization data section that quite a lot of information has been already pre-defined or pre-filled. There's one section, place of activity, place of residence, where you have to complete the table. And this will serve for counting your eligibility. And as we mentioned also in our Q&A session, it is the beneficiary's responsibility to check compliance with MSCA rules. At this stage, at the application stage, you don't need to upload any additional documentation related to your eligibility. Gender Equality Plan, it is a new obligation under Horizon Europe for all host institutions before grant agreement signature. They should adopt a Gender Equality Plan. For the submission purposes, you just need to answer one question, and this will not have any impact on the evaluation of the quality of your proposal. For the budget, we have heard a very comprehensive presentation given by Lenka on the financial aspects of your grant at the submission stage. The only thing you need to do is to fill in this budget, but in fact, you only need to insert here the duration of the fellowship, indicate how many months you want to spend on the fellowship, and based on the months indicated, then the table below will be automatically calculated, or the grant will be automatically calculated, and the table will be filled in. And then important also here at the very beginning of this page, there's the question related to your family allowance entitlement. So you can just answer yes, no, whether you are eligible for family allowance, and it will be automatically added into the table. And Lenka mentioned that you can request family allowance also within the project implementation after the call deadline. Under the section 4, we have ethics and security issues table. You are requested to fulfill the whole table. Don't hesitate to answer yes. This will again not have any negative impact on your on the assessment of the quality of your proposal. Don't try to underestimate ethics in your proposal, and don't try to hide any important information related to ethics. You could also use the guidelines how to complete your ethics self-assessment, and the ethics part is here not only to identify any ethical aspects. In case you answer yes, you are supposed to say more about ethics in your proposal, and complete ethics self-assessment, which is the next slide. There are two main sections. You should describe, so you will have 5,000 characters to describe the objectives of your proposal related to the ethics or ethical dimension, the methodology, etc. And then in the second section, you should describe also how you will comply with national or European legislations in terms of the ethics identified in your proposal, what type of certificates you have, for example, etc. And if these 10,000 characters are not sufficient for the description of your ethics, then you can also add as annex in part B2 other pages related to ethics. Newly, we have also security issues table in Horizon Europe, very similar to ethics. And then a section called specific questions, where you will have to answer a set of questions. I would like to raise your attention to the question number 5, where you will be asked to answer, do you wish to participate to the ERA postdoctoral fellowships, and thus increase your chances of being funded? This question will appear in the administrative forms in case you choose the host institution in a widening country. If you choose a different country, not in this category, then this information or this question should not appear. And this is very, I would say, key to answer yes if you are interested in ERA fellowships. If you don't answer yes, then you will not be selected for ERA postdoctoral fellowships. And the last question under cost-specific questions section, you can also answer here yes if you are interested in national funding. But I think that this is more for statistical purposes. Then, of course, you can apply for MSCA fellowships or for the funding via OPIAC. And then if you complete all the information requested in the administrative forms, you should do the validation check, and you will be alerted if you missed any important information, or if your administrative forms part A is not ready to submit. That's why I really recommend to do this, to complete part A as soon as possible. And once you complete the administrative forms A, you upload part B1, B2, or potentially you will also extend this part B and add annexes, for example, supporting documentation related to ethics, etc. Then the last step you have to do by 14th of September is click on the button submit in order to submit your proposal. Okay, and then if you want to come back to your project while preparing your B1, B2, then with your EU login, you just need to log into the system. And in the section My Proposals, you will find your proposal. Under Actions, you are asked, or you can edit your draft. So that's it for this section. And now I will stop sharing my presentation, and I will now give the floor to Petra, because she's now ready to talk about the next agenda on our program, your CV, abstract, and work plan. So we can now see that Petra is starting sharing her slides, and I will give her the floor. Just to remind you that if you have any questions related to what we have heard so far, also from the previous session, don't hesitate to send us your questions via Slido. The code is MSCA-PF 2022, and after this presentation, we will have again Q&A session, so we will take your questions. Petra, the floor is yours, and thank you.
Mm-hmm. Thank you very much, Zuzka, for giving me the floor. I will, in my presentation today, I will mention what are the essential components of your CV, abstract, and how a clear and feasible work plan could look like. So first, I'm talking about your CV. When you prepare your proposal, please bear in mind that the CV should include your standard academic and research record. You should include the name, your name, the name of the researcher, then the education you received, including PhD, date, award, and also mention the title of your thesis. Please mention always most recent things first, and use always exact dates. Then you should list your professional experience. Again, you mention most recent things first. And after this, you usually should mention your publications. They are expected to be all open access. They should be accompanied by a very short qualitative assessment of their scientific significance and of your personal contribution. If you are not a first author or only part of the authors, and don't put journal impact factor. Further, you should mention invited presentations to internationally established conferences or advanced schools, and everything what is relevant to you, your profile and your field. So, for example, organization of international conferences, including membership in the steering and or program committees of the conferences. If this is relevant for your field, then leadership of research expeditions or granted patents. And of course, any important internationally recognized prize, award, funding received so far, whether you have been PI or team member in some either national or international projects, and whether you have some mentoring or supervising experience. Please always use precise and verifiable data. So, for example, if you list the funding you have received, always put the grant agreement number and the funding agency, the amount of money you have received in one currency, preferably in euro, but you can also put, for example, Czech crowns in brackets. And please always specify your role, whether you have been the principal investigator of the project or just a team member. And please use this standard terminology. When you list your collaborations, please don't forget to also explain what was the result of these collaborations, whether this has been a publication or some other important output. And be always as specific as possible. So if you just select some publications, please put also information out of which number of publications you select them. A prize, if you received a prize, for what have you received this prize, etc. For publications, please always give correct and full references, your name either bold or underlined, and provide more detailed information. So, as I mentioned before, it's good to briefly describe the best ones and your own contribution. Manuscripts in preparation should be only listed if you are in lack of publications. Always think in the context of your field, what is important and what not, what is maybe not so important for the evaluators. And please always explain anything unique to your country, abbreviations such as GACHA, or some national prizes which may not be known to international evaluators. And it is also important to always match the CV with your career and training goals. So if I summarize, the CV should show the degree of your experience and your achievements. You should always focus on your leadership qualities and ability of independent thinking. Leadership qualities means, for example, whether you have been a principal investigator of some grants, of some projects, but you can also show them via supervising or mentoring activities, etc. And independent thinking, usually it's shown by own publications as first author or corresponding author according to the rules or of the field, what is usual in your field. Try to give it structure. Don't make just long shopping lists of your achievements or your positions. Try to make it well readable for evaluators. Use highlighting. Be consistent and critical. Put only information which is relevant for this application and this particular project. If you had any career gaps, please explain them. Zuzana already mentioned that there is an indicative suggested length of the CV, which is 5 pages. And please don't forget to check the standard application form the project proposal technical description, part B, where you will find more details about the suggested outline of the CV. So this is your CV in brief. And now I will tell you some more information about the abstract. There is no predefined structure of the abstract, but based on our experience, I will soon show you a structure of abstract which we think could be ideal to use for this project proposal. Please bear in mind that abstract should grab evaluators' attention, and it should be understandable to the generalists, because not everybody will be a narrow expert in your field, in the field of the proposal, and the proposal will be read by three experts, at least three experts. And the abstract and keywords, they are used to select the right evaluators. So it's important that also generalists understand the abstract. It is not a usual scientific abstract. It should sell your proposal, your project, your idea. So try to be enthusiastic, ambitious, and show a clear vision. I would advise you to look at past examples. You can find them at Cordis. You see the link to the webpage at the slide below. Try to use keywords and the common terminology used in the guide for applicants, in the work program, in the evaluation criteria. So terms such as novelty, excellence, etc. But don't overdo it. Avoid conditional, local terms, abbreviations, jargon. And try to be as specific as possible. Don't use words such somehow, I will use some methods, etc. Also, the abstract has a maximum limit, and this is 2,000 characters, including spaces. What could be good? Just to ask colleagues or some of your colleague, ideally from different fields, to read it and to review it. And I usually recommend to write the abstract last. But of course, it depends. It's very individual. It depends on your experience, what you prefer. And this is the suggested structure of the abstract. It should clearly answer 4 questions: what, how, why, and who. What is the challenge? And what is the objective of my proposal? What is it about? What do I want to do? How will the objectives be achieved? Which novel methods will be used? Why? Why is it important? Why is it timely and relevant? Here you should also mention a broader European impact, the added value for the European Union, for the taxpayers. Why should EU fund your project? And of course, also a broader scientific, economic, and social impact of your research should be mentioned. And who are you? Why are you the right person to achieve the proposed objectives? Don't mention only research objectives, but link the project to your career. And don't forget to stress the novelty. And as I already highlighted before, be as simple and as clear as possible. Don't use empty or vague statements. And my last, or the next part and the last part of my presentation is about work plan. First, I would like to explain you the basic terminology you should know and you should use in the proposal. And this is work package, deliverable, and milestone. What are work packages? These are the major subdivision of the project. They described how the project objectives will be achieved, And if you want, you can call them like sub parts or sub projects. Each of the work packages has its own resources, its tasks, which are technical units of the project plan, its milestones, and its deliverables. Each work package should have a reasonable number of milestones and deliverables. So don't put 10 milestones and 8 deliverables. This is too much for one work package. Usually it's something between 2 or 3 deliverables and milestones. And for the project, usually we recommend to have 3 or 4 scientific work packages, and then some, let's say, more technical work packages, one for management of the project, one for communication and dissemination activities, including exploitation, and one for training and transfer of knowledge. What is a deliverable? A deliverable is a concrete output of the project. It should be measurable and verifiable, and it is a contractual obligation. So usually deliverables are publications or some reports. This can be a project final report or a report on communication and dissemination activities. It could also be a technical diagram, prototype, software. What is a milestone? It is a control point that helps you to chart progress of the action. And usually it's also, or it may be a critical decision point for further development of the project. So you for example, choose, or you, for example, have to choose between 2 methodologies to use for the continuation of the project. Or a milestone could be an analysis of an experiment, establishment of your career development plan, some in vitro study, etc. A typical way how to display work plan against time used in Horizon Europe projects, not only in Marie Skłodowska-Curie actions, is a Gantt chart. Typically, the Gantt chart should include work package titles, ideally also the subtasks, so the tasks for every work package, major deliverables, major milestones, and for postdoctoral fellowships, also secondments or placements, if applicable for your project. Gantt chart should always be credible, feasible. You have to think whether it is realistic to achieve the goals within the time frame of the project, and it shouldn't be too complicated. As I said, try to use a reasonable number of work packages, deliverables, and milestones, and don't put a long shopping list of them. Here you see an example of a Gantt chart, how it could look like. You see the work package structure, the titles of work packages. You could even add the tasks within every work package, and you see that milestones and deliverables are associated with the relevant work package. This is also very important. Milestones and deliverables should be ordered according to delivery dates, and usually they are numbered like you see below at the slide. Zuzana already mentioned that within Marie Skłodowska-Curie postdoctoral fellowships, we have some mandatory deliverables, and you should think about them and you should display them in the Gantt chart as well. So definitely the first four of them. And this is the career development plan of the researcher, which should be submitted at the beginning of the action, but not later than 6 months after it starts, and updated if needed throughout the project. Then the data management plan, which should be also submitted within the first 6 months of the project, and then your plan for the dissemination and exploitation of results, which should be submitted towards the end of the project. And of course, there will be a project report. Usually for 2 years project is just one final report, scientific and financial. Then there are two other obligatory or mandatory deliverables, mobility declaration and evaluation questionnaire, but this is a rather technical issue and I wouldn't recommend to put this into the Gantt chart. But it's good to know about this, especially for project managers and for the host institutions. Okay, and here you see one real-life example of Gantt chart. It is not a scientific project. It is rather kind of dissemination and outreach event, but still you can see how a Gantt chart can look like. And I can always recommend you to Google. You will find a lot of very nicely structured Gantt charts. Sorry. Here, the last example, you see a very, very detailed Gantt chart. You don't need to go into so many details. But but as said before, you can Google and check some more examples. And those of you who will attend our workshop for applicants, they will receive some more training and some more examples from us. So this is all from my side. Thank you very much for your attention. Good luck with your proposals. And if you have any questions, you are more than welcome to ask via Slido.
Thank you very much, Petra. Mm-hmm. And we will now, even though we are supposed to finish the second section and invite you to dinner, not dinner, lunch, I'm sorry. We will take a couple of questions we have received. And for that, I will again share with you Slido. So give me just a second. Okay, so now you should see it full screen. And of course, if there's any question you would like to answer, then please feel to do so, Petra. The first, maybe some of the questions will stay from the first morning section. Please, can you summarize how it is done in case of maternity leave during the fellowship? A limit for leave length, project interruption, financial support. I suggest you check once the fellowship is proposed for funding with the so-called project officer. It is a person in the European Commission, in the Research Executive Agency, who will be responsible for your specific project. And every change you need to ask for, you have to all of us discuss or at least firstly inform the project officer, and it has to be approved by this person. So according to our knowledge, there shouldn't be any limit for leave lengths, but of course I would like to mention here that it is also possible to ask for part-time commitment if the researcher has a baby during the fellowship, then of course it is advisable to interrupt the fellowship, the project, and then once the researcher wants to or is able to come back to do her research as a part-timer, it is possible to ask for this flexibility to adapt the time commitment on the fellowship. And for that, you all of us need to ask and justify this request, ask for the approval of the project officer. And if you decide to do as a part-timer your fellowship, then the duration will be extended proportionally. So I hope I answered. And we have here another question. What is the minimum work time for the 2-3 supervisor within outside the EU? Must there be any memorandum of understanding between my host and other institution? There is no minimum work time commitment requested from the side of supervisors, and no memorandum of understanding is requested either. So it is really up to you, the fellow and the supervisor, how you will negotiate, or what will be the commitment of the supervisor you will agree on. But of course, the supervisor should commit himself or herself to devote sufficient time to Marie Skłodowska-Curie Fellow, so that he or she can benefit from this cooperation. I have a full-time job position in the Czech Republic. Is it possible to apply for a fellowship? I will need to organize collaboration or any agreement with my institution. It depends how long you have been working in the Czech Republic. Please remember the mobility rule. We have underlined this rule many times during the information day. So if you fulfill this condition, it means you do not work in the Czech Republic for more than 12 months in the last 3 years by the deadline, which is the 14th of September. Then you are entitled to apply for MSCA postdoctoral fellowship with a Czech institution. If you do not fulfill this mobility rule, then of course you can apply for MSCA postdoctoral fellowship, but with a host institution in another country. But it is possible, and sometimes it happens that researchers come to the Czech Republic to do some research activities within another grant for a kind of secondment fellowship, and then they are searching for grant opportunities. And if they fulfill this mobility rule, then they can apply. So this is completely fine. Is it possible to prolong the MSCA PF for more than 24 months in European fellowships? If you ask for a part-time commitment, then the duration of your fellowship will be prolonged appropriately. Or if you want to spend more than 2 years on the fellowship, if you choose a European fellowship, then you can also plan non-academic placement, non-academic secondment, which can last up to 6 months. And with this option, the duration of your project will be automatically extended. I am currently an ITN fellow. Should this be included within the funding section of the CV? If so, how do you suggest to do so? The consortium got the funding, not me. Would you like to answer?
Yes, definitely you should include it into your CV. I think you don't need to include it under the funding session. You can also maybe put it under Stays Abroad or some chapter like this. But definitely I would highlight some of your achievements, maybe within this ITN fellowship, describe what you have done, and maybe you had some important publication thanks to this fellowship, some prize for the best, I don't know, but please, definitely this fellowship is something prestigious, so I would put it into the CV.
Thank you very much, Petra. And we will continue with 6 other questions. Is it possible to add 2 associated partner institutions for outgoing phase plus 1 EU beneficiary? For the outgoing phase, you have to select only 1 main host institution where you will spend 1 or 2 years. So it is not. And then 1 institution for outgoing phase. Is there any fund to examine our project from the professional consulting firm before the application? For that, to answer this question, I would recommend maybe to ask your project office whether they can recommend any consultancy. We know that there are some agencies also abroad that propose this sort of service. You can, of course, also profit from our services, national services or support provided free of charge. And what we definitely recommend is to prepare your proposal together with the supervisor and the host institution. So your supervisor and in general the host institution should be involved in the proposal preparation. Some information, and you will see it after lunch, should be given by the host. So don't hesitate to really ask for help. And what happens usually in practice is that the institution where you are currently located or where you work currently, even though you are going abroad, is usually also willing to support you with the perspective that you will come back, return, and reintegrate after the fellowship ends. Then we have, I think, another question I can forward to you. How many publications in the CV should be regarded as competitive, and how many publications be regarded as the minimum requirement for the application?
I cannot give you a number. There is no general requirement, minimum requirement. This depends a lot on your field and also on your career stage. So I would definitely advise you to consult this with your supervisor and also with your host institution. Many of, let's say, bigger or experienced host institutions have a very good grant offices, research offices, which can help you with this. But the supervisor should definitely be the first contact person for this.
Thank you. Is it 4 years that I'm, it is 4 years that I'm working in the Czech Republic as a postdoc. Is it possible for me to apply for the fellowship? Again, very, very similar question and the same answer. You have to fulfill the mobility rule. If you want to ask for the fellowship with the Czech institution, then apparently you are not in compliance with this rule, because it says that you cannot work for more than 12 months in the last 3 years in the country of your future host. But of course, if you want to get some experience in other country or do research outside the Czech Republic, then it is possible to apply for the fellowship with another institution in another country, but not with Czech one. But maybe I should also add that you are eligible to apply for global fellowship. So if you want to go to a third country, which would be your outgoing phase of the fellowship, then you can, without any problems, come back. You can select as your host institution for return phase in the Czech Republic. But of course, you have to clearly explain why you want to be reintegrated to the same institution, etc. who should submit via submit the proposal, the supervisor or the postdoc. Both of them are able or are allowed to create and submit the proposal. And what we do not recommend is to submit your proposal. And now I'm talking to the postdocs, to the MSCA fellows, without informing the host institution. So it shouldn't be really on your own. It should be before, or it should be with the consent of the supervisor, the host institution. But technically, both of you, supervisor or postdoc, are able or can do this, can submit the proposal. Are research and teaching assistantships conducted during the PhD considered a work experience or a funding? I'm not sure whether it is related to the CV. Maybe the question. But definitely, if you have any teaching experience or research experience during your PhD, then it should be included in your CV. It should be
I wouldn't include it as funding, but rather as you say, as teaching experience. Yeah, you can write how many courses, how often have you taught, yes, how many students.
Yeah, so definitely any experience with working with the younger generation is a big plus. It should be mentioned in your CV, also in B1, in your scientific proposal. And talking about the funding, you don't need to, or you should in your CV include not only your funding as PI, but also if you were cooperating within another project, your role in the project, etc. But any teaching or mentoring competencies should be explained. And then we have another question. I think the last two questions I can forward to you. First one, is it mandatory to follow a format with work packages? Does the proposal template include template for the Gantt chart, or is it a table we insert on our own?
Mm-hmm. So previously, in the previous framework program, where we had one big guide for applicants, there was a template, which I showed you in one of my slides. Now, the last call, the 2021 call, when you read the technical description of the part B of the proposal, you will see under implementation part that they require that you use a Gantt chart and that you divide your work into work packages, that you defined milestones and deliverables. But they don't provide any template for Gantt chart. So I would definitely advise you to use this format with work packages, milestones, and deliverables, and you can download a template for Gantt chart when Googling, or hopefully, because we don't know the materials for the current course, so hopefully the Commission will add some kind of template into the updated materials and guides for the course. So we have to wait and to check the updated documents then.
Thank you very much, Petra. And as you already mentioned, we are going to work on your Gantt chart on work packages during the workshop. So don't hesitate to register for this workshop. And we will also show you some examples of Gantt charts and work plans. So this will be more concentrated on practical part, on writing of your proposal. And the very last question, can we write in the CV positions and grants that we have won but refused because we already got a position?
This is difficult to answer in general. I would say if it's something really prestigious, something that would grab evaluators' attention, if you refused, for example, ERC grant or Marie Skłodowska-Curie grant or something which is really, let's say, recognized within the international scientific community, then it is good to mention. But don't or avoid long lists or several items like this. Yeah. So be careful.
Yes, and if it is refused, or if you refuse this position or grant, then it means it didn't have an importance for you. So you could maybe instead of this kind of information that you were nominated, etc., to include the information you really accepted, what kind of positions, grants you were working on, etc. But yeah, it is always individual, let's say. And we have received another question: how can be estimated the total budget? So I think we addressed the financial aspects of MSCA postdoctoral fellowships quite in detail in the first part of our info day. So maybe I would recommend to read the presentation once you receive it, and or also watch again the recording. But in general, regarding the budget, you do not estimate anything. You do not need to calculate your grant. It will be automatically calculated based on the duration of your fellowships, because the budget is calculated based on unit costs, different budget categories. So it's completely different from calculation of grants within other programs or sub-programs in Horizon Europe. Thank you very much for all your questions. Thank you, Petra, also for answering the questions related to CV work plan and abstract. And I will now stop sharing Slido. It's time to have a longer break, not dinner, but lunch break. So we will have 30 minutes for a lunch break. It means that we will continue at 12:50, and there will be the last session devoted to evaluation criteria and also support to applicants. So enjoy your lunch, and in 30 minutes, come back for the last part of our program. Thank you for your attention and bon appétit. Welcome back. Now it's time to move to the third part of our program, and we will concentrate on the evaluation criteria, and we will give you some advice how to write a competitive MSCA postdoctoral fellowship proposal. I hope you enjoyed your lunch break and you have still some energy to watch the information day on Marie Skłodowska-Curie Action Postdoctoral Fellowships, which is being recorded. So you will receive not only the presentations from the whole information day, but also the recording. But it will take some time, and we have still some agenda to present here. So I will start this afternoon session with the presentation on the evaluation criteria. You should understand that there are three main criteria. We have discussed them, or we presented them in the morning session, and each of these criterion is scored out of 5 points. And if you receive at least 70%, then you are considered for funding. Each proposal is usually evaluated by at least 3 experts. You already know that you can also register through the Funding and Tender Opportunities portal as expert and wait for the offer from the European Commission to evaluate different types of projects. But today we will concentrate on the evaluation or award criteria under MSCA postdoctoral fellowships for all Marie Skłodowska-Curie actions. There are always three main criteria: excellence, impact, and implementation, but they differ from each other depending on the action you are proposing or you are submitting your proposal. What I would like to stress here is also the weighting. So for the excellence, it is, let's say, the key criterion because it has 50% weighting, while impact and implementation, I don't want to say that they are less important, but they have lower weighting. So 30% for impact and 20% for implementation. So the calculation of the final score based on the points you receive for each of the criterion, and then taking into account also the weighting procedure is a little bit complicated, but altogether it gives one score. And as you know from the morning session, the 70% is the threshold you have to reach in order to be eligible for funding. But due to high competition, you will have to get much more, so above 90%, depending on the scientific panel you are submitting your proposal to. Now we are going to go through each of these criterion, and then Petra will also give you some hints and recommendations based on weaknesses and strengths identified by evaluators in the previous call. I will start with excellence. Here we have 4 sub-criteria. You should also be informed that in the template you will find quite useful and detailed instructions for each of these sub-criterion. So if you follow these instructions, then you should be able to prepare a high-quality proposal. You can see here the key words. For the excellence, it's ambitious, beyond the state-of-the-art, methodology, interdisciplinary or interdisciplinarity, gender, open science, supervision, training, two-way transfer of knowledge, and professional experience, competencies, and skills. And now we will see together each of these sub-criterion. For the first 1.1, the wording is the quality and pertinence of the project's research and innovation objectives and the extent to which they are ambitious and go beyond the state of the art. Here you will see the instructions from the template, from the technical proposal, but I think I will not talk about each of these points. What is clear, what is the key element you should include in this first sub-criterion is one aim you should be able to describe clearly from the very beginning of your proposal. And now I'm talking about part B1. You are supposed to explain at the very beginning of the proposal the key aim or objective of your proposal, what you are going to do or what you want to do in your research project. And then you are supposed to explain this general research goal through more specific objectives or aims, research questions. So you should divide your research project into several objectives, aims, whatever you want to call it. And you should also clearly explain the state of the art in relation with your topic. And you should definitely demonstrate that your project is original, ambitious, but at the same time feasible during the project period. If we move to the next subcriterion 1.2, it is formulated as soundness of the proposed methodology, including interdisciplinary approaches, consideration of the gender dimension and other diversity aspects, if relevant for the research project, and the quality of open science practices. So again, the keyword is methodology. Under excellence, under this subcriterion, you have to explain clearly how you want to proceed, what is the research methodology you would like to apply, your approach. And then there are some other keywords you should also address in this subcriterion. It is the interdisciplinarity aspects. If, of course, your project is interdisciplinary, then you should stress it and explain the added value of interdisciplinary approach. Then gender, it is more and more, let's say, reflected in research projects funded via Horizon Europe. But please keep in mind that gender is meant here in your proposal in the research content. So if there are any differences between males and females, which will have an impact on your research, this should be clearly explained in this part. So in conclusion, you should, in this subcriterion, prepare your proposal in compliance with principles such as open science, responsible research and innovation, where we find ethics, gender equality, governance, open access, public engagement, science education. And Petra mentioned data management plan as one of the obligatory deliverables. And you should also mention here under this section that you will work on the data management plan and you will submit it within the first 6 months. Or this information can be then, of course, mentioned in the implementation part, but data management plan and open science practices are newly part of this 1.2. And you could also refer to new publishing platform of the European Union, Open Research Europe. So here, open science should be addressed in terms of the practice, how it works usually at your institution, that, for example, you will ask for some advice, some support at institution level, which repositories you are going to use, while in the impact criterion, you also are requested to describe how many publications you want to prepare that you will publish in open access, but there's the difference between the excellence part or open science in excellence and impact, which you should also in your proposal distinguish. Then we have 1.3, quality of the supervision, training, and of the two-way transfer of knowledge between the researcher and the host. So we have here several key elements. Firstly, we have already mentioned it, you have to explain why the supervisor is the right person to mentor you or to be your your supervisor. You can also refer to MSCA guidelines on supervision. And then you should also explain your integration into the research community at the host institution. If you will, for example, if you cooperate with not only the supervisor, but his research or her research group, or how you are going to profit from the networking opportunities, collaborations of your supervisor, etc. And also the key element of this 1.3 is two-way transfer of knowledge. At the very beginning of my presentation, I explained that the host institution should be very well identified or chosen based on your needs, research needs, but at the same time you should also bring something new to the institution. So that's it for this part. And important note for global fellowships, your task will be even more difficult because you have to explain the transfer of knowledge, not only between you and the institution in a third country, but also in Europe, and how this knowledge you will gain in a third country will be then transferred back during the incoming or return phase in Europe. What is the added value of this cooperation? So in summary, you should demonstrate that your supervisor is a real expert in the area. In B1, you should at least briefly explain his or her international collaborations, experience in supervising, training, mainly younger generation of researchers, etc. But be careful. Don't spend too much time on this because you will have also in the section capacities of participating organizations, specific section in B2, where you are supposed to include the information about your supervisor and the host institution. So the information you will not have enough space to include in B1, you can also include in B2. The training objectives, what type of training you are going to attend in both ways. Also, if you are planning a secondment, then it should be explained from the point of training, what type of skills, competencies you will receive during these secondments, etc. And in this part, don't forget to mention career development plan, or you can call it personal career development plan. Again, Petra has already said that this is one of the mandatory deliverables, and at the very beginning, or even at this phase of preparation of your proposal, you should start to working on the career development plan with your supervisor, and it will be then revised during the whole fellowship. Now let's move to some examples of skills. You know that the fellowship is aimed at supporting you not only at developing your research skills, but also developing your non-research skills. Here we have some examples of advanced research skills you should more or less include in your training program. Not only training in new methodology, techniques, etc., but also you can plan to be trained in topics such as open science, scientific writing, etc. But don't underestimate also your training in transferable skills, which you will then benefit from after the fellowship. These are hot topics you can be interested in, and it is obvious that you can choose from this list, or of course, depending on the options on the offer at host institution, you will prepare your training program. So these examples were taken from the handbook prepared by Net for Mobility Plus project, the project of NCPs in the previous program period. But I believe that this guide or this handbook is very useful also for the new call in Horizon Europe. So you can go through it. You have the direct link. And now we have the last sub-criterion under excellence, quality and appropriateness of the researcher's professional experience, competencies and skills. And again, in here, in this sub-criterion, you should choose the most significant achievements from your career so far, which prove that you are the right person to carry out this research. So all the relevant experience concerning your teaching, consultancy, supervision, you should show your leadership, independent thinking, etc. And you can see it in blue. As the second point, evaluators have to be convinced that you are the right person to carry out the activities planned, and you will still gain new skills and knowledge. So even though you can be, let's say, more experienced researcher, if you explain your previous achievements and how this fellowship will help you in career development, then this is the right scheme to ask for grant. And don't forget that here there is 1.4 section in B1 where you are supposed to describe your experience, but the evaluators will also see your CV, where you will have more time or more space to explain the details, to include detailed information about your career, about your education and professional experience. So this was 1.4, and I will now move to the second criterion, which is impact, with 30% weighting. And you can see that in this criterion, we have 3 sub-criteria. Again, the key words for impact are career perspectives and employability, dissemination, exploitation, and communication, and scientific, social, and economic impact. And now we are going to talk about the sub-criteria in more detail. The first sub-criterion under impact, 2.1, is called credibility of the measures to enhance the career perspectives and employability of the researcher and contribution to his/her skills development. And you should understand that there's a difference. Sometimes it is quite tricky to distinguish between 1.4 and 2.1. Under 2.1, you are supposed to describe actually the advantages of this fellowship for your personal career development. You should explain what are your next steps after the end of the fellowship. And you should think about these career perspectives not only in the medium or in the short term, but also in long term. So where you want to work after the end of the fellowship in 5, 10 years. And this should be described with a link to the fellowship. how the training received will help broaden or diversify your career and skill set. While in 1.4, remember that you are supposed to give the most relevant achievements from your current professional life. Okay. Under 2.2, we have suitability and quality of the measures to maximize expected outcomes and impacts as set out in the dissemination and exploitation plan, including communication activities. Again, the wording is quite complicated, but we can now analyze it or say what you are going to write in more, let's say, in less complicated words. So here you are supposed to plan communication and dissemination and also exploitation activities. What is the difference between dissemination and communication? So dissemination and exploitation are targeted to scientific community, stakeholders, policymakers, final users, industry, etc. While your communication activities or outreach activities are targeted at general public, society as such. And because of this definition, it is clear that for dissemination or exploitation activities, you are supposed to prepare papers at conferences or publications, articles in journals, etc. In open science, this should be underlined. And for communication activities, you can plan to prepare, for example, articles in different types of journals targeting at general public. Your presence at Researchers' Night, you can write blogs or prepare videos, etc. And for this impact part, an integral part or an obligation is also to prepare a plan for dissemination, exploitation, and communication of results. Petra has mentioned that it is one of the obligatory deliverables, so you are supposed to include it also in your B1. And the third sub-criterion under impact is magnitude and importance of the project's contribution to the expected scientific, societal, and economic impact. This is a new sub-criterion under Horizon Europe, and it is quite difficult to, let's say, address this sub-criterion appropriately, but you should here analyze what will be really the impact of your project at different level, at scientific for the science as such, how you will push the knowledge thanks to the research outputs, but also the impact on society as such and potential economic impact. Again, if you describe this criterion, don't forget to mention open science or open data strategy. For exploitation, you can also contact technology transfer office, etc. So in general, this last sub-criterion under impact is a challenge. So if you are not sure, then of course you can contact us and we can discuss it. And now the last evaluation criterion, quality and efficiency of the implementation, is subdivided into two sub-criteria. Even though the weight of this criterion is only 20%, this is the criterion which sometimes decides whether you are funded or not, so don't underestimate it. And the keywords are work plan, risks, work packages, host institutions or quality and capacity of the host institutions, hosting arrangements. And now we are going to see each of these sub-criterion. Under 3.1, quality and effectiveness of the work plan, assessment of risks and appropriateness of the effort assigned to work packages. Petra has explained clearly and in detail what is the work plan and work packages. That work packages are an important part of the work plan. It goes hand in hand with the terminology, the approach of the European Commission in the implementation. And for that, what we usually advise is to have up to 4 research packages. Of course, these research packages should be in line with the excellence section, with the aims or objectives you will identify in your excellence section, where you are going to explain the research idea and how you will proceed. But then, apart from these research work packages, don't forget to plan also non-research packages. You can see here, and this is only, let's say, an advice how you can do it. It's up to you how you will divide your work plan. But I suggest you have one work package for management, where you will plan, for example, meetings with your supervisor, reports to the EU, mobility declaration, etc. Then there should be also one work package dedicated to your training program, transfer of knowledge. Again, this should be in line with the activities described in your excellence criterion, personal career development plan, or career development plan, not necessarily personal, but it can be also without the first word, so just CDP. And also it makes sense to have one work package for dissemination, exploitation, and communication or public engagement, which should be, of course, consistent with your impact criterion. In this part, in the implementation, you are also supposed to identify possible risks for project objectives, and you should develop a concrete contingency plan, mitigation measures. This shouldn't be underestimated. Again, I would say that risk management is sometimes or very often the part of the proposal where you can lose important points, and if you don't include risks mitigation measures in your proposal, then this would mean that you would not be scored as you would like to. So this must be in compliance with the previous parts, and also talking about the work plan or Gantt chart, especially make sure it is readable when it is printed. Okay, and then we have the second sub-criterion under implementation, quality and capacity of the host institutions and participating organizations, including hosting arrangements. Here you are supposed to describe main tasks and commitments of the host, of the beneficiary, but also partner institutions. For global fellowships, the role of your institution where you are going to spend the outgoing phase, the infrastructure, logistics, facilities which you will be using during your project. If your host institution has endorsed European Charter for Researchers and Code of Conduct, then it's highly recommended to include this information. And also support management, support structures, financial management, progress monitoring mechanisms, etc. This part should be done together with your host, not only the supervisor, but grant or project office. Usually they are used to helping the researchers, the fellows, so don't hesitate to contact them. Also together with technology transfer office in terms of exploitation, commercial potential. I didn't explain it, commercial potential of your research outputs. And also keep in mind that you will, similar information you will also include in the section capacities of the participating organizations in part B2. And then just a few words about the ethical aspects. You already know that in the administrative part, you have to answer a couple of questions related to ethical principles. And if you identify an ethical issue, then you should also develop this topic more in detail in ethics self-assessment. But for that, you can also contact my colleague, Eva Hellerová. So you have here her email address, because she is an expert in ethics at the Technology Center. So you can ask for some advice also to her. Here is the list of the ethics or ethical aspects. And then just some final advices or recommendations. I think more or less all these have been already explained or advised. So the first one, search for the right host institution and your supervisor. Petra mentioned Cordis. You can search successful projects profiles of the applicants. This is also useful at this stage before starting working on your proposal. Don't hesitate to use the supporting documents, read the call documents carefully, because everything is in there. And we also discuss the language to be used. I use the official template. It is a must. Get to know the specific evaluation criteria. You know that the template includes these sub-criteria and also instructions, which can be very handy. And don't forget that what is not written will not be evaluated. The evaluators will read only the core text, the scientific part, and of course they will have also at their disposal a B2 part, administrative part. Don't hesitate to ask for support at your own institution. You can ask for support at national level. Also your colleagues, fellows who were successful and received this grant. And the last, even though it is the last point, but it is maybe the key point, don't leave it for the very last minute. Not only the writing, but consultations. The sooner you start, the better for you. And for the institutional support, you should really prepare your proposal in close collaboration with the supervisor. You should sufficiently in advance contact your future host to get the consent through the supervisor. But the institution should be committed to host you. And the host institution's role, the most significant support can be done in the implementation criterion, where you have to describe the host arrangements, etc. For the capacities of participating institutions, part B2, of course, letter of commitment for global fellowship or non-academic placement, you will need to contact for this reason also your future host institution. I know that current institutions in the Czech Republic, even though you are going abroad, are also ready to help. So you can also ask for help at your current institution. And if you want to profit from the national support, you should firstly ask for the support at institutional level. And once the institution cannot do anything more for you, then of course we can help you as well. So that's it. And I will now give the floor again to Petra. I will stop sharing, and Petra will actually link her presentation with what I have said, because she prepared some comments, not only strengths but also weaknesses you can use when preparing your proposal from the previous call. So I think now she's ready. And she will continue this session. After that, we will take your questions.
Thank you, Zuzka, for giving me the floor. So I will now try to summarize some frequent strengths and weaknesses of the proposals, some lessons learned from the last 2021 postdoctoral fellowship call. All the comments and what I will say is based on a so-called evaluation summary reports, which every researcher who applies for a postdoctoral fellowship will receive after the evaluation of your proposal is finished. And this evaluation summary report, these are not individual reviews of the 3 experts which are evaluating your proposal, but the comment of the whole of the panel, or let's say a comment which they do all together. Yeah, so not the individual reviews. Okay, so Zuzka was already showing the table with evaluation criteria and sub-criteria. She mentioned in the morning the cutoff scores. And when you look at them, you will see that the postdoctoral fellowships are getting more and more competitive. And that's why we show this table with evaluation criteria and sub-criteria, because every of these sub-criteria really matters when you prepare your proposal. You will find a more detailed description of these criteria in the standard application form, in the so-called project proposal technical description part B. So when you will prepare your proposal, please have this table in front of your eyes and address every of these sub-criteria. So I will start with the excellence part. Excellence or research quality is the essence of the proposal. Excellent means novel. Your proposal has to be ambitious and not incremental. Your objectives have to go beyond the state of the art. As you see in the first example, the proposal addressed hitherto unanswered questions on the evolution of color diversity. Another comment, positive comment, highly innovative objectives of the research. The objectives are realistically achievable, measurable, verifiable through some kind of study. I will not go into details. You can read the examples then at home or when writing your proposal in more details. You should use state-of-the-art methodology or ideally some novel methodology, which must be credible and described very well in detail. The excellence part includes also interdisciplinary aspects, gender, aspects in the research activities, diversity aspects, and what is new in Horizon Europe are open science principles. I mean new because previously they were included under the impact part. Now they are included under the excellence part. So when you read the next positive comment of an evaluator of some proposal, he says the proposal includes appropriate open science practices, including a data management plan. Preprints are stored in open archives. Data and codes are publicly available. Fair principles for data management will be applied. Gender dimension, a dimension in research activities has been very well addressed by the researcher. Let's look at some negative comments. Research activities are incremental with respect to the state of the art. That means that, for example, the project is just a follow-up of work carried out within the field or carried out in the host lab without any new novel idea. Project follows traditional theoretical approach. So again, here you don't, or the applicant doesn't use any novel methodology or doesn't address interdisciplinary aspects. Although gender is relevant for the proposal, as significantly different gene expression profiles were reported between male and females, blastocyst, the gender dimension has not been sufficiently considered. Here, actually, the gender criteria or the gender dimension in research activities, it can be one of the criterion which is used when you have several proposals with the same score. So this criterion can be used for prioritizing the proposals. And the last comment, preliminary results would be needed to assess the chance of success of this high-risk project. So this is also very important, especially if you have some risky tasks or work packages to show that you already have some proof of principle, some preliminary results. What is clear when you look at the evaluation table, you will see that MSCA projects are not mere research projects. Excellent supervision, training, career development of the researcher are very important. So when we look at positive comments regarding this, we see that supervisor is a world-leading expert in astrophysics, students are outstanding, and also detailed information on track record, including his publications, experience in training of PhDs and postdocs were given. The two-way transfer of knowledge is clearly outlined. A high-quality training program will be set in place, monitored by the supervisor through weekly meetings. The researcher has an excellent track record in the field of the proposal, is highly suited for the proposal, and promises to be able to reach a very good level of maturity and independence. So the philosophy behind these fellowships is that you have a kind of gap in CV in terms of skills or competencies. Thanks to the fellowship and the expertise of the host institution, or possibly also the institutions where you go for secondment, you will learn this skill, gain them, and this will increase your employability both in academia and in non-academia, and also your professional maturity, so that you in future will be more able to have your own team, for example, etc. What were some of the weaknesses? Limited or missing information on the supervisor's qualifications. The proposed training program is not sufficiently ambitious, doesn't match the project needs. additional training in transferable skills was not fully elaborated. This is very important. You need not only training in scientific skills, but also training in transferable skills such as open science practices, ethics in research, project management, etc. And you must clearly specify how you will get these skills, whether via hands-on training or some specific courses at the host institution, etc. It's not good when the expertise of the research and the hosting group are the same or are in a very similar area of the of science and of the proposal. And of course, you need to have the corresponding track record in terms of publications, skills, and competencies to be able to achieve the proposal's objectives. And at the same time, you still need to be able to get new knowledge from the host group, from the host institution. Next criterion is impact. Here you need to ask why do you need the fellowship, but also why does Europe, the European Union and the European taxpayers need research? Why should it be funded? So it's good to link the project to your career, to your career goals, and at the same time to explain the expected immediate and also future scientific, societal, and economic impact of the proposed research. So when you see the comments, the positive comments of evaluators, so the first one is project will contribute to researchers' career development, acquiring new skills in a specific field, plan to disseminate research results is effectively outlined, and the same for outreach activities. They are targeting school children, broad public audiences, and include even initiatives to promote women in science. So dissemination activities, communication activities, and plan for intellectual property protection are an important parts of the impact criterion. Here, when we read the comment about IP protection, we see that evaluators were assessing positively that there is not only a specialized department at the institution, such as technology transfer office, for example, helping the researcher, but also that also the host group has experience in intellectual property rights and possibly some patents or some experience in transfers to market. So this could be also very good to mention in your proposal. And the last comment is about the expected immediate future scientific, societal, and economic impact of the proposal. Here it's important to check the relevant EU policies in your area, in your field. So here in this proposal, in this case, the applicant mentioned UN Sustainable Development Goals and the EU Green Deal as example. What were examples of some negative comments? For example, the career goals of the researcher are not clearly specified. Measures to disseminate the action results beyond conventional measures, such as publications, are presented in a very generic way. Possible journals for paper publications and expected number of journal articles is not specified. You need to be specific even in this part. Of course, you don't know you don't know exactly in which journals you will publish, but you have some kind of experience, and you can name some journals as target journals as examples, at least. So you should be as specific as possible and avoid just empty statements when you say, I will publish 4 articles, but you don't specify where. Yes, and the very last comment, the proposal fails in sufficient demonstrating to which extent the achievements on anchored molecular catalysts are going to have an impact beyond the immediate scope of the proposal or in other applications of high interest. So here probably in the proposal, the applicant didn't describe well all possible applications, or at least those that would be very interesting for these objectives of the project. And the third criterion is implementation, as you already have seen before in the evaluation criteria table. Here it's important to make a clear, coherent, and realistic work plan, including a plan B. That means risk management. If something goes wrong, what are the contingency measures? And you should also include hosting arrangements. So when you look at positive comments, the first one says a well-elaborated and feasible work plan with appropriate milestones. The applicant even used some color making of work packages to highlight the level of risk, which greatly improved the clarity of the work plan. The applicant presented a series of not only of scientific but also administrative risks. And at the same time, he or she presented very credible measures for mitigations. The host institution has an international center helping researchers with local administration, paperwork, obtaining permits, schools, housing, etc. This is a common way how to present hosting arrangements, or let's say, how to present the service of the institution to you as a researcher. And of course, the institution has to provide you also with key resources needed for your project. Be consistent and don't think evaluators know. Even if you go to Oxford or to some well-known university, you have to describe the infrastructure, the team, etc., the host institution environment. So the first negative comment or weakness of one of the proposals says, work plan is not clearly elaborated, milestones, deliverables are too general to allow proper project monitoring. Work plan is not fully coherent, as management activities are not sufficiently addressed, and dissemination communication tasks not clearly structured in the Gantt chart. So here, most probably, one work package for management, one work package for dissemination and communication activities, and a proper description of these work packages was missing. Although the secondment is planned, it is not clearly specified where. Don't forget to explain the aims of the secondment, the future institution for your secondment. Not only you don't only put this information into the administrative forms, but especially in part B, you have to explain what is the expected impact of the secondment to you and to the research activities planned. This is also very important. You have to be realistic in the planning of the activities which need to be finished within the duration of the project. So in this example, the evaluator says publication of 8 scholarly articles during 2 years is overly ambitious, quite unrealistic. project is over-ambitious for one person in a 2-year time. But these issues, I think it's best to consult with your supervisor. Yes, it's also not very good if you, for example, plan public engagement activities at the very end of the fellowship. They should follow continuously during the time of your fellowship. High risky project with uncertain outcome, contingency plan is lacking. So here the evaluators were missing some more details about contingency measures. What are you going to do if some of the risks occur? So I showed you some examples, some strengths, frequent strengths and weaknesses, and I'm coming back to the table, to the evaluation criteria table, and to what I said at the beginning. You have to know the specific evaluation criteria and sub-criteria and follow exactly this template and put right information at right place so that you help the evaluators to find the information they are looking for. And please don't forget to address any of the sub-criterion, because this might be the most important. This might be important for you to get the points you will need to be funded. So that's all from my side. Good luck. And if you have any questions, don't hesitate to contact us either later on or now via Slido.
Thank you very much, Petra. I think this was a really very interesting presentation, giving very usual or very useful tips from usual strengths and weaknesses. So if you now can stop sharing, and I will now share with you the very last part of my presentation. And then we will take your questions. I could see that we have received some more questions, so thank you very much for that, for being with us till the end. And in this very last part of my presentation, I would like to summarize the support we are offering as Technology Center. So this is in general for all NCPs, national contact points, working in the Technology Center in the department called National Information Center for European Research. We propose, we organize trainings, workshops, information days, such as this one. We also offer consultations. We also are active in publishing. We support public authorities, especially the Ministry of Education, but also other ministries. Our colleague also analyzes, monitors participation of the Czech Republic in framework programs, etc. We are also active in Twitter, so if you are interested, please don't hesitate to visit our Twitter. And don't hesitate to visit also our website, Horizon Europe National Portal. You can subscribe to a newsletter, and monthly you will be informed about novelties in different parts of the Horizon Europe program. Regarding the support provided to MSCA applicants, but also project managers, those who assist them when preparing their proposals, here is the calendar of the events we are organizing for you. The first event in March, it was the National Information Day. If you miss this event, you can read the presentations, or you can also watch it because it was recorded. And then we have, apart from today's Information Day for Marie Skłodowska-Curie, applicants. We are now preparing at the end of May, 31st of May, the workshop, which will be held online. And it will be open not only for MSCA fellows, for applicants, but also their supervisors. And for project support, for project managers, we are preparing in Czech on the 24th of May training, so that they will be able to help you to prepare your proposals. And then also very important date, 24th of August. If you are interested in getting the feedback from our side, then you can send us by 24th of August your proposal, please, complete version, not just first draft. And we can give you some comments, hints what you should improve. We very much appreciate collaboration with key stakeholders, Marie Curie fellows and evaluators who will be present in the upcoming events. And for the online workshop, I have already invited you to participate. You will find more information about the requirements on the website here. And you should also go through the presentations because before the workshop, because we will not go into detail. We will concentrate on evaluation of the proposals, on the evaluation criteria. It will be more interactive. So your previous knowledge, the knowledge of the rules, whether you are eligible or not, must be as your homework before the workshop. So don't think that there will be time to ask basic questions. We replied today. And as a prerequisite, the requirement will be to send us your CV and abstract to my colleague. You can see here the email address by 19th of May. Of course, this can be first draft of your abstract, also the first version of your CV at this stage in May. We don't think that you have already prepared your whole proposal, but the sooner you start, the better for you. So don't really hesitate to profit from this opportunity to start working on your proposal. Here is the program. So it will be a 2-day event. In the first part on 30th of May, we will concentrate on the evaluation criteria. You will have the opportunity to ask, to discuss with evaluators. And we will also work a little bit on your CV, on your abstract. You will send us before. And we will also work a little bit on your Gantt chart. And this is your homework. So you don't need to send it in advance to us, but by 30th of May, please prepare at least the draft, the final, the first version of your Gantt chart, so that you can work on it during this interactive workshop. We will also address the questions of gender and open science. And the second date on the 31st of May, it will be only a half-day program, and we will read an MSCA postdoctoral fellowship proposal, which was successful, was proposed for funding, and you will play the role of evaluators. And of course, you will meet the applicant. So that's it. And here is a list of some other useful links. MSCA, the European Commission, also invites you to subscribe to their newsletter. Here are some documents you can study or you can read if you want to get more information about compliance of MSCA with the green politics of the European Commission, Green Charter, guidelines for inclusion of researchers at risk, guidelines on supervision, new also synergies between MSCA and Erasmus Plus program. Then you can also expect some support from MSCA Net, NCP project. which has started soon, and also to initiatives at European level within EURAccess to support the researchers coming from Ukraine, and also Czech initiative to support them. You will find on the website Research In. And the last slide, where you will find the call calendar for not only this year, 2022, but also 2023 and 4. Of course, these 2 years, 23, 24, are only preliminary dates, because the work program for 23, 24 will have to be adopted. But this gives you an idea that every year there will be one call per action opened. So if you don't manage to submit your proposal, to prepare your proposal this year, then it will be, of course, possible to do it in the future. So that's it. Thank you very much for your time, for all your questions. If you have any questions after this session, then don't hesitate to contact us. Even though we are a bit late, but still we have received some questions. So if you want to stay with us for a couple of questions for final discussion, we'll be more than happy. For that, I will now share with you the Slido, and we will go through these questions. Okay, so yeah, thank you very much for your messages, and I will now read the first. By your experience, what is the latest that one should start preparing a proposal, and how does this change when one has already a 10-page draft, for example, from Gutcher? I think it is. It depends. It is individual. I think there are some researchers who prepare their proposals maybe even the last week before the deadline, but we do not recommend at all this approach. I would say that if you start already now at the end of April or in May, first thing, you need to find the host, the supervisor. So if you are able to agree on these conditions of cooperation in spring, then you will have time to work on your proposal in June. Then don't forget that there will be summer break. It will not be easy to reach your supervisor, the host. And then the deadline is in the middle of September, on the 14th of September. So if you start right now, I think this is the right time to manage. And if you have another project you would like to maybe convert into MSCA proposal, this is possible. But of course, you should really follow the instructions, the sub-criteria in the template, and adapt your proposal to the needs of the call.
Yes, and I would say for writing, you need at least 1 month. And bear in mind that some bigger institutions might have some internal deadlines for when you at the latest have to either submit the proposal to your supervisor or to some grant office, or deadline for the letters of commitments, etc.
Yes, very, very good point. Yeah, so you should really have from the very beginning the commitment of the supervisor and the host that you can submit the proposal, because then it would be wasting of your time. Okay, then can supervisor and postdoctoral fellow have collaborations before the application deadline? Both are authors of the same article, had project together. Of course, they can. So it is then also meaningful if the fellow wants to come to his or her host institution. But then sometimes this can be this can be taken or criticized as a weakness if you have such a broad collaboration or previous collaboration. Why you want to use this fellowship to collaborate? So it can be tricky, but of course, usually you choose your supervisor based on the previous experience from personal links, etc. So here we have the question regarding the presentations. Of course, you will receive all the presentations after this info day. We will do our best by Friday, because it will take some time to prepare the recording. If you plan to do part of your global fellowship in a non-academic institution, not the host, is it better to just indicate it as secondment or just scientific collaboration? So if you want to plan, or if you plan to do part of your research in a non-academic institution, then it should be your secondment institution. Okay, so if you want to physically work in another institution or to be trained, then you should include this institution in your project as a secondment institution. Whenever you talk about delivery submission, to whom it should be submitted, data management plan before the 6 months of the project. So it will be submitted to the European Commission via the online system. You don't need to send anything by post or by email, but it will be again through the portal. You will also communicate through the portal with the project officer, which means the project manager responsible at the European Commission for the implementation of your project. So it was a good question. How many first author publications per year is reasonable for stating in the proposal? Should we differentiate between first author and contributing papers? So if you want to answer.
Again, it's the same question as before. There is no minimum number, and you cannot say it in general. It depends on the fields. And the second question about first author and contributing papers, that also depends on what is usual in the field. But if you have, let's say, many publications, then it's better to highlight the first author publications and to add a short description of their scientific importance and your own contribution to the field. Yeah.
Thank you very much, and it brings me to my comment. If you want to attend the workshop, you will be asked to send us your CV or abstract, and you will then receive the feedback during the workshop. Our evaluators will give you anonymously the feedback from the received CVs. So this should help you as well when preparing your CVs. So thank you very much for your participation. Now it's time to finish our information day on MSCA Postdoctoral Fellowships 2022. We are very happy that we received so many questions. I hope that it was not too tiring, too demanding for you to watch us, to concentrate during the whole morning. Here you can see if you have still some minutes or second, you can also give us the immediate feedback via Slido and try to summarize in one word or sentence your satisfaction with today's info day. We very much appreciate your participation, active participation. I will repeat once again, by Friday, we will send you the link to the presentations, which will be updated, which will be uploaded on the website of Horizon Europe on our portal, together with the recording. So you can come back to this information day. And you are more than welcome to also register for the training for project managers or for applicants and their supervisors, depending on whether you are a supervisor, applicant, or project manager. And we will be glad to meet you at another occasion together with my colleague Petra. So I would like to thank her also for her great presentations. And we are also happy that our colleague Lenka was present in the morning. So don't hesitate to use our services, and we wish you good luck. So good afternoon, and see you.
Good luck, yeah, and see you hopefully at our workshop.
And thank you very much for your nice feedback.